You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune in to The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown Colts.
Slant, caught, touchdown. Marquise Lee, and he punts the ball into the stands.
Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling waxed paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, the key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on the key and youtube.com/Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Full slate of Major League Baseball tonight. 6:40, the big one. Your Atlanta Braves, 2023 National League East champions, will continue their march and try to secure best record in baseball and home field advantage. 6:40, first pitch, right here on Braves Country HD. Subscribe and like today. Braves Country is youtube.com/@Braves Country. Bryce Elder versus Johnny Cueto on the mound. Other games of interest in the Major League Baseball playoff push. Rays and Orioles, 7:05 first pitch. Eflin versus Flaherty. That game can be seen on Apple TV+. Red Sox visit the Blue Jays. Toronto, Barrios on the mound. Boston would have to get scalding hot to get back in it. Reds are at the Mets. Cincinnati sends Hunter Green to the bump. Rangers at the Guardians. Gray versus Giolito. The Twins, 7:40 first pitch, are at the White Sox. Minnesota trying to close in on the American League Central crown. Astros at the Royals at 8:10. Brewers host the Nationals, while the Phillies are at the Cardinals. That game is also on Apple+. 8:15 first pitch, Nola versus Thompson. Giants are at the Rockies at 8:40. Cubs at the Diamondbacks, 9:40. Both teams fighting for their playoff lives. Steele versus Fat. And the Dodgers are at the Mariners, 10:10 first pitch. Bobby Miller versus George Kirby. Should be one heck of a matchup between two young rifleman arms. Taking a look at the lines for the National Football League this Sunday. Falcons host the Packers, 1 o'clock Eastern on Fox. Atlanta -1.5, over under 40.5. Raiders are at the Bills, 1 Eastern. Buffalo -8.5, over unders 47. The Ravens are at the Bengals, 3-point favorite. Cincinnati, over under 46.5. Seahawks are at the Lions, Detroit -4.5, over under 47. Chargers are at the Titans. LA -3, the number is 45. Bears are at the Buccaneers, 1 o'clock Eastern. Tampa Bay -2.5, and the over-under is 41. Chiefs at the Jaguars, a rematch of the playoff battle. Kansas City, 3.5-point favorite, over under 51. Colts are at the Texans, Houston -1.5, over under is 39. And the Niners are at the Rams at 405. San Fran -7.5, the number is 44.5. Giants are at the Cardinals, New York -4.5, the under 39.5. Jets at Cowboys, 425. Dallas, a 9-point favorite, the over is 38.5. Commanders are at the Broncos, Denver -3.5, over under 39. While your Sunday night game is the Dolphins at the Patriots, Miami -3, the over under 46. You've got 2 games on Monday night this week. The ESPN game, Saints at Panthers, 7:15. Nolans -3, over under 39.5. And 8:15, you got the Browns and Steelers. Cleveland -2.5, over under 38. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? Trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair. YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/at Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee. I don't know much, but I know one thing. Boy, Stephen A's doing Chris Russo dirty, man, and he is leaning in to that race baiting card.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I am doing great. We got Tampa Tones on here with us. Tampa, how are you, sir?
Doing great, brother. Extremely excited for a great weekend of sports. We got college football, we got NFL, and we got playoff baseball almost. But, we're getting to October, so each game starts feeling that much more important for a team like the Cubs especially. I can't wait for this weekend. And I'm heading up to Notre Dame tomorrow, so that should be interesting.
Yeah, it's a rare time in September, not October. It's a rare time in September where baseball is actually taking center stage. The football slate's kind of a dud. I mean, let's be honest. What the hell is there to get excited about the football slate? There really isn't a whole lot. We're going to try to find something. We're going to give you a couple of cool games here in a little bit. But honestly, the baseball is really taking center stage. I know the Braves have already captured the NL East flag, but there's a lot of other moving and shaking to go. Before we get into all that, let's go ahead and get your 4 at 4 tones. What you got crack-a-lacking in the world of sports?
All righty, we got some good stuff to take a dive into the 4 at 4. We're going to stick with the field of baseball and football here on this one. The first one, Miami quarterback Tyler Van Dyke is off to an incredible start this season, putting himself in the middle of the Heisman candidacy as Miami rolls Ed Reed's former team, Bethune-Cookman, and Tyler Van Dyke really having an incredible season. He is up to an outstanding 822 yards through 3 games. He didn't play the whole second half last night. He has 8 touchdowns to only 1 turnover on the season. The U is really making a case. They beat Texas A&M. They beat Miami of Ohio pretty good. Now they beat Bethune-Cookman. If the U keeps it up, Van Dyke might just put himself in the middle of the Heisman running.
Yeah, I doubt it. He hasn't really been tested yet. Beating up Bethune-Cookman's not going to really catch any eyeballs yet. But we'll see how he does when he actually gets into the meat of his schedule. He's got some tough games ahead. I honestly believe that Texas A&M was incredibly overrated. What has Texas A&M done that's made anyone think that they're even a legitimate top 25 team? They're an absolute disaster. Jimbo Fisher, what a waste of money that was. And it's not making me sad at all saying that, but I'm putting it out there. It's an absolute dumpster fire. To be in the Heisman nowadays, and I don't know how I feel about it, but to be in the Heisman nowadays, you got to be standing at the end in the top 4 discussion. And I just don't think Miami's there yet. I watched a little bit of that game last night, and I saw a couple of guys put some tweets out, and I have to agree. It's like, man, I just think they're going to get boat raced. When Miami goes up against even Clemson, who doesn't look that great right now. But I think Clemson's going to take care of them. I think North Carolina's going to take care of them. I don't know if they have Duke on the schedule, but I do know they play those 2. And then they come to Tallahassee in November, and guns going to be a-blazing, man. It's going to be go time. What's your second one at 4?
I agree with you, McGee. Couldn't agree more. Second 4 at 4. Vikings running back room becoming an issue. Running back Alexander Madison had high hopes this year. On the season so far is 19 attempts, 62 rushing yards, averages to 3.3 yards a carry. He's turned the ball over twice now with 2 fumbles, and the Vikings are now a 0-2, and they have lost 2 games by a combined 9 points. So the Vikings are down and out after their first 2, and a lot of people are pointing to the running back room. Do you see Alexander Madison being an issue all season?
Okay. So, honest engine, I did not want any part of him in fantasy football. I felt like he was extremely overvalued because he had a couple of good weekends 2 seasons ago. When he got his opportunity last year, he didn't do anything. They got rid of Dalvin Cook, and they decided they were going to go this route. But I really felt like they were just going to go to I'm not saying all, but majority passing offense, right? And they were saving money to be able to pay Justin Jefferson down the road, et cetera, et cetera. They're going to have to figure out a way, with TJ Hawkinson, et cetera, squeeze all that in. And so I think Alexander Madison is a fine backup running back, a fine, secondary running back, but he does not have that burst. He does not have the ability to go out there and get 10 to 15 carries and be productive week in and week out. So I'm probably a bad person to ask about this because I haven't believed him from the jump. I think the Minnesota offense will be explosive, but I just don't think he'll be a part of it. So that's, I don't know what they're going to do running back wise, but it seems like to me that they've almost bailed on the running game. If you watched the game last night, it was. Now, granted, you can't take that one as serious because Philadelphia's run defense is so good. Philadelphia's defensive line is so good. But just in general, I have not seen anything that has made the game itself lean into, I've got to get me some shares of Alexander Madison. If we're talking fantasy, if we're talking real football, I think he's just going to be a complimentary piece.
I agree with you there. I think Madison fits better in a part-time role or a complementary role for sure. The number 3 one I have coming up as we're shifting from the gridiron to the baseball diamond. The Blue Jays find themselves 1.5 back of a playoff spot. Who could have thought that coming into the year, McGee? And they're bringing reinforcements on the way. Former All-Star third baseman Matt Chapman was activated off the IL last night. He went 0 for 3 with the strikeout. He has 15 home runs and 50 RBIs on the year. Does activating a guy like Chapman give the Blue Jays enough hope to jump into that last wild card seed, just a game and a half behind Seattle, or that second wild card seed, 2.5 back against the Rangers? Does Chapman help a playoff push?
Okay, so my biggest question would be is what do we really think he's going? Because he's been out for a while. So I think Chapman's a very good hitter, right? I'm not putting him down by any stretch of the imagination. My biggest question would be, how long does it take for you to get rolling? If Chapman can go out there and go on a tear as he's capable of doing, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. I believe Toronto is going to run down Texas because now that Texas, their pitching is just falling apart. I just don't know how I know that they've won 6 in a row, and that's great, and that's, yada, yada, yada. But I don't think whoever wins between Texas and Toronto is a threat. But I just feel like when it's all said and done, you get all the way to the end, I just feel like Texas is going to fall short.
I agree with you. They've been battling injuries. They tried to add DeGrom and Scherzer. Neither of those guys have panned out so far for the Rangers' wet health.
Captain Dead Arm, Scherzer, once again, this is 3 years in a row, Captain Dead Arm.
And it's hard to believe that, I know you're going for it all, but that's why a lot of executives didn't trade or buy into Scherzer at the deadline at the end of the day for that reason.
Yeah, and they're stuck with him for next year as well. We understand that's that's real. He's not going anywhere. But and now the one good thing they got out of the whole situation is that the Mets are going to pay for the majority of his contract. I honestly think that with him and a few others, but with him, you're going to make him last next year. You need to almost go to the Kodai Senga route. Pitch once a week. Because you notice how Kodai Senga is pitching really well down the stretch.
Mm-hmm.
And he's, of course, it's doing the Mets no good because the rest of the team is, dumpster fire. But he could win Rookie of the Year. I don't know if that's legit. I personally wouldn't vote for a guy who's been in professional baseball in another country for years for Rookie of the Year, but he's technically could win it. They need to really think about that with Max Scherzer in Texas. Once a week. Because his arm is falling apart. Yeah, he's got a lot of innings, and he's in his 40s now.
Mm-hmm.
So but as far as I think it would be fun. I'm kind of pulling for Toronto to catch him, and I never typically pull for Toronto because of 1992. Who are you, Blue Jays? But this year, I think they'd be more fun to watch in the playoffs than Texas going in and getting just basically dumped in the first round, probably by Tampa or Baltimore, whoever doesn't win the division.
I agree with you more, McGee. And as we pivot from third base on the diamond to the League of Immortals, talking about the MLB's Hall of Fame, the beloved Savannah Bananas, an independent baseball league team, is going to have their own exhibit in Cooperstown. Savannah Bananas really started becoming popular back in 2016, and as early as 2021, they set the record for collegiate teams in attendance in a baseball year as they drew over 86,000 fans to 23 games. Now they do road trips around the USA as well. Do you think it's cool having the Savannah Bananas being represented in, to me, the most prolific Hall of Fame out there in sports, which is Major League Baseball's?
Well, that's a loaded question because they're not really being put into the Hall of Fame. It's just that they're gonna have an exhibit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if anyone's been to the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame, it's there. So there's two things. There's the actual hall where everybody is honored, or guys that people are ticked off that Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson, et cetera, are not a part of, along with the steroid guys. and then there's the actual exhibit that's upstairs, and that kind of talks about the history of baseball. So I guess it's kind of cool. I mean, anything that lends itself to the, to the actual game of baseball and what it continues to be for Americana, I don't have an issue with it. I mean, if they start putting some bananas up for the Hall of Fame votes, and that's just absolutely asinine, because for folks who don't understand what they are, they're the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball is what they are. They just put on a show. It's a tight 2 hours. They don't care what the score is. At the end of 2 hours, the game's over. So it's literally like a Broadway show. It's not really like a baseball game, but it's a cool, fun thing that a lot of folks are enjoying going out and seeing. So I think it's cool. And look, for them, it's huge, because you're going to get more and more people, eyeballs on you, people that probably don't even know who the hell they are, walk around there the Hall of Fame, or never really thought much about it, and go, man, we got to go see this, right? So
yeah, I think it's great.
Yeah, it's a cool thing, but there's a lot of stuff in there that you wouldn't realize. Yeah, when people tell you that Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, Pete Rose, Shula are not in the Hall of Fame, they are in the Hall of Fame. They're in the building. They're just not being honored down below. So, one of the coolest exhibits they've got, and you see it in the movie, but it's honestly laid out that way, is the League of Their Own League. They've got their own exhibit. So,
wow.
Have you ever been to the baseball hall?
Not lucky enough to have gone yet. I've been to the Reds Hall of Fame, which is pretty cool, but I'm sure Cooperstown is that plus 30,
Yeah, you need to make that a part of a bucket list, because you would enjoy it. Let me tell you, I went by myself a few years back. It was right before the pandemic, thank God. I want to say it was in 2019. It might have been 2018. Anyways, regardless what year it was, I ended up spending, I think it was 3 days there. So it's only open. It's very library type hours. I want to say it's like 10 a.m. to 4 or 5 p.m. And so you really need at least 2, probably 3 to 4 days to really get the whole experience, because you're going to spend a lot of time just in the hall itself, where everyone is, honored. And if you nerd out like I did, you're going to be in there. I spent almost an entire day just that, and then the other 2 days, I spent one upstairs doing that thing. They've got a couple of movies and exhibits to see as well, and then my third day was just me kind of going back and hitting up stuff that I thought I might have glossed over. But it's a really cool Hall of Fame. I've always talked about one day, a bunch of us getting together and doing, because if you do the math, the baseball and the football Hall of Fame aren't that far apart from each other geographically. So you could realistically turn it into a week where you did the baseball Hall of Fame and the NFL Hall of Fame all in 1 week. I talked about possibly squeezing the basketball Hall of Fame in, but everybody that I have talked to who's been to the basketball Hall of Fame says it is a waste of time and money. Don't do it. That they basically don't do anything. They just got a bunch of junk sitting there going, hey, there used to be a guy drinking the ball.
Baseballs to me is going to always be the most prolific. I'm not kidding. I was in the Reds Hall of Fame, and that thing felt like, the MLB Hall of Fame, because they had other teams in the Reds Hall of Fame as well, jerseys from prolific people. Me and my girlfriend were the last ones to get kicked out of that place at closing time, because as you said, even the Reds Hall of Fame, it just had so much unique stuff in it that you really needed that full day.
I can only imagine, because with it being the second oldest team in baseball, like, they have just so much stuff to do. I wish the Braves Hall of Fame did more than just, honestly, most of the Braves Hall of Fame focuses on the Atlanta Braves. I wish they did more leading up to it, because obviously before they were even the Boston Braves, but they were the Boston baseball team, the Red Stockings at the very beginning. There's so much history that they could put an entire wing together. Instead, they kind of just cram it together and let it's cool. But to me, it was a little bit of a letdown, because I expected more. But then there's other things at the Braves Stadium that adds to what I think they could have put in one wing. So all in all, it's a great experience. I just wish they would have done more with the Hall of Fame.
Hey, at least you have one. The Cubs, we have a couple statues, and that's about that. We have.
Cubs don't have a Hall of Fame or a museum or something like that.
No, isn't that awful?
That's weird. Even the Mets have a museum. I've been to the Mets museum. It's not bad. Still, the coolest one is the Yankees. What is it called? The New York Yankees back of the Monument Park. That is still the coolest one that I think anyone has. I would even put Monument Park up there with the National Baseball Hall of Fame because it's the experience of the way everyone is stone cold silent in there and they're grown men weeping, reading all the stuff in the Monument Park.
Mm-hmm.
But that's odd that the Cubs. I would think and the White Sox as long as they've been around would. I mean, honestly, they should put it together. Just call it the Chicago Baseball Hall of Fame and put it somewhere like in like right there on Michigan Avenue or something, right? And just have people come flock to it.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's a few displays like throughout both big Chicago airports, Midway and O'Hare, of Cubs memorabilia, Hall of Famers, White Sox jerseys, but nothing like a museum or not that big of an exhibit. It's kind of funny. There is a Chicago Baseball Museum website, but there's no actual physical location. They just have a website.
It's a little odd. It's a little odd. All right, let's take a quick break. It's 4:20. Smoke them if you got them. When we come back, we will get you ready for. We're gonna do our cool games and a little bit more. There's actually some ball games tonight. Mainly, how about them Braves Marlins, 6 division titles in a row. We're going to see if we can go out there and get the best record in baseball. We'll be back in a flash. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
You keep your mouth shut. I'm not taking off my clothes today. I'm styling and profiling. You just be glad I'm here looking the way I look.
Armchair. That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves Country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m., drive time on WQEE.
Don't you understand? This pool is our bootstraps, and it's lifting us up into the middle class, dude.
Well, just accept the fact that you're white trash, all right? Take a look at yourself. You can't do backflips. You don't know karate. You're white trash.
Welcome back. Who do the Cubs got today, Tones?
We are in the desert of Arizona for a big showdown. Wild card showdown.
It's in Arizona. That's right.
Yeah, we're in the midst of a mountain road trip as we were just in Colorado. Now we're heading to AZ. So it's been a long one.
So when you look at real quick, when we'll hit this up, the standings in Major League Baseball. We got so much to get into in such a small time to do it. If you look at the standings, mainly we'll focus on there's a big debate going on, by the way. Braves fans trying to figure out what our magic number is. The magic number for the National League is 10. For Major League Baseball is 12. People are going to tell you these other things, but here's the deal. Major League Baseball has always used a certain formula. You use that formula, that's your magic number. Yes, technically it's a game less because we have the tiebreakers, but just like this week with Philadelphia, we still use the magic number. That's why they celebrated Wednesday night, okay? Had they not won Wednesday night, okay? Let's say if they'd won tonight, the Braves would not have started celebrating unless Philadelphia had lost. It's just the way it is. Now, technically down at the very, very bottom at the end of the year, if we get to an actual tie between these two, you are correct. We would have the tiebreaker. But tonight, the magic number is 10 for the National League. It's 12 for Major League Baseball. And
they are there. They're nearing it. I mean, the Braves are right there on the cusp of, what would you call that, the trifecta, if they eventually clinch everything?
Yeah, so basically, if people don't know how to calculate it, you don't have to worry about it because we let you know what it is every day. But you take your team and you take how many wins they have, you subtract how many games you've played, you add a game. So in baseball, it makes it 163, right? The Braves have 96 wins. So the 96 from 163 is 67. You subtract the team who's trying to catch you, the Dodgers, their loss column, which is 57, and that's how you get the 10. Same thing with Baltimore, do the same thing. 67 minus 55, they have 55 losses. That's how you get to 12. But technically, if it breaks down into a tie, here's the reason why you can't go by that, because if it ends up in a 3-way, 4-way tie, there are other ways that they can calculate who gets the tiebreaker, and that's why you still go by the old-fashioned.
I like it.
So if for some reason you get to Tampa Bay, you get to Baltimore, and you throw – we'll just stop it there. Tampa Bay, Baltimore, and Atlanta all end up at the tiebreaker. They go with other factors. They no longer go head-to-head when it's three wide, which may be unfair because we won the Tampa Bay series. We won the Baltimore series. But just like in football, at the end of the season, NFL, if you have a tiebreaker coming at the end, they don't go by head-to-head at that point. At that point, it starts to opponent's winning percentage and all that junk. That's why it's just so much easier to just say this is the magic number. Let's go ahead and get into cool games. Curious to see where you're going to go today because, we mentioned it's not the greatest weekend for cool games. And now with the Braves clinching the division, I'm obviously not going to go pick a Braves game. I'm probably not even going to go baseball. There's a couple of options that you can go with cool games, but I'm curious to see. I'm going to give you first dibs. Now, next weekend, we might actually get 2 apiece because it's a much better weekend, right? But this weekend, we're just going 1 apiece. There's one cool game out there. Where are you going? What you got?
if we didn't just talk about it briefly, I was going to go Cubs Diamondbacks, but I'm going to pivot here for a minute and lay it on the gridiron because we did discuss Cubs Diamondbacks already briefly. I'm going to go with this is an interesting one, but I think it'll be a really good game. The 2-0 Minnesota Golden Gophers travel to North Carolina at 3:30 Eastern tomorrow. North Carolina almost lost last week in overtime against Appalachian State in an upset. Drake May's hoping to outperform Caleb Williams and Michael Penix Jr. and hopes to become the first pick of the draft. And Minnesota is looking to play some upset football in terms of Big Ten standings. They beat Nebraska week 1. They blew out Eastern Michigan. And then really after North Carolina, they have Northwestern and Louisiana. So if they get past North Carolina somehow, they could look at a 5-0 start and then a big home matchup against Michigan. This game's huge for multiple reasons, and I think Minnesota's looking to make a dent for themselves in the Big Ten and hope to really ruffle some feathers there. And Drake May and North Carolina Tar Heels are looking to ascend to the playoffs. They got playoffs on their mind, and they're hoping to go just there. So I think these are two better college football teams through the first 2 weeks of the year.
Yeah, if North Carolina wants to be taken seriously, they got to go out there and handle Minnesota. I'm not saying that they got to blow them out, but I think that they have to win somewhat comfortably because no one really has Minnesota on their radar right now as far as saying, oh, watch out for Minnesota. Although I think Minnesota's a pretty solid team. I don't know if nationally you're going to get the respect. You don't have to blow them out. But after beating South Carolina, then you almost get upset by Appalachian State, and I still give them a pass on that. I still felt like that was one of those trap games, right? That's a big game for North Carolina. It's a big game for Minnesota if they can pull it off. But once again, this tells you where we're at this weekend in the world of football when we're talking about Minnesota and North Carolina being on our radar, right?
And I agree. I mean, McGee, looking at the college football and the NFL schedule, again, I would have went Cubs Diamondbacks, but I just hate to, harp on that game too much. But other than
okay, so here's the thing. I would go Chiefs Jaguars, but the Chiefs lost week 1, so it doesn't have quite the same oomph to it.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with the Ravens-Bengals. Ravens-Bengals were undefeated, but also, too, with the NFL and the way that they've treated the first few weeks of the regular season more like preseason games, you don't have, or at least I don't have, this sense of urgency in the National Football League in week 2. To me, it's going to have to take week 3, probably more week 4, that I'll really go, all right, now here's my cool game for the NFL, because then you can start getting an idea of where everybody sits. But last week, I mean, we had some bad football games in the NFL. And it's where it's going to be. We have to realize this going forward, that the National Football League is going to be just straight booty for the first couple of weeks. And I don't remember feeling like that growing up, but we also didn't have 17 games. We didn't have 14 teams getting into the playoffs. So it feels just a little different. But yeah, I'm with you. I mean, there are some interesting matchups in the NFL. Don't get me wrong, I'm not turning it off.
Right.
I mean, you do have a battle of unbeatens with the Packers and Falcons, but this isn't Brett Favre versus Michael Vick. So it doesn't have that juice, right?
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I mean, I would have maybe considered Jets Cowboys if it was Aaron Rodgers against McCarthy. But
if it was Aaron Rodgers versus Dak, yes. But we might end up with an old-fashioned rock fight in this one.
Mm-hmm. Could be a blowout.
It's got the lowest total points on the board for good reason, too. The better defense in the National Football League.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be honest with you, that 38.5 almost feels high.
Yeah.
Like really high. Like I'm thinking to myself, unless Zach Wilson turns the ball over a ton, I see this more of like a 13-10 game. Maybe 20-10 Cowboys, cruise at the end. But that Jets defense is phenomenal.
Yeah, and the way they run the football, the Jets too, it makes it feel like one of those old school football teams that's just built on running.
Still all in, man. I said I was pulling for them this year. Aaron Rodgers went out there and spit the bit. I'm still pulling for him. I think it's going to be a fun team to watch, especially after they make the trade for Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, Kirk's going to be screaming, "Did you like that?" on his way to New York.
Give me some Kirk Cousins up in New York, man.
Jameis Winston in New York.
Anybody. The only problem is this isn't like making a trade for a designated hitter.
Yeah.
You bring a quarterback in, you almost need him in the building today, Tones, to get him ready for like week 5 and 6.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
you know what Baker Mayfield did last year when he got picked up and the Rams started him like 48 hours later. They only had like 10 plays on his wristband, and he had a phenomenal game. That was just incredible coaching by McVay. But then it all came crashing down, a few weeks later when defense was like, all right, I know what we're going to take away from you, right?
Yep.
Man, to get a quarterback in there to make a real difference for the Jets, you need to make the move now. You can't wait till the trading deadline. If you do, I know everybody wants to give Zach Wilson this 3rd and 4th opportunity, but first of all, you never should have let Mike White leave. That's the number one thing. Mike White never should have left the building. But there are some guys out there that I think realistic that they could bring in, and I hope they do something, unless Zach Wilson, with a full week of preparation, a game plan, work for him with this new offense. If he looks okay, then I'm all right moving forward. You still need to go out and get a damn backup. Tim Boyle is not the answer. What if something happens to Zach Wilson?
Right. And, they were making it seem comforting. I forget if it was a Monday night or Thursday night broadcast booth. One of them was, I think it was Thursday night, actually, last night, because they were talking about the Rodgers injury, saying, do they have to bring in a veteran? Oh, they got Tim Boyle, who's familiar with, Aaron Rodgers and the system. And I'm thinking to myself, if your playoff chances come down to the knockoff TB12, that's pretty concerning. Tim Boyle, a great 3rd-string quarterback, but the key word is 3rd-string quarterback, right? He's not going to come in and light it up.
The only reason why he was brought in, literally, was because he knows the offense.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
He was not brought in because they saw something in him.
And now it's almost like this, McGee. It's the weirdest thing ever, right? Because the Jets tailored their offense so much to Aaron Rodgers based on the personnel, the players they brought in, the coaches they brought in. It's almost like you can't even try and have Zach Wilson be Zach Wilson. Obviously, he'll never be an Aaron Rodgers, but you almost have to get him to play the Rodgers style of football with everything the Jets have done.
I honestly think they got to get him more doing the Tua style of football, meaning I think one of Zach Wilson's biggest problems is because of his athletic ability, he wants to hold on to the ball, extend plays. Zach Wilson needs to get the ball and get it the hell out of his hand like that, right? Just get it and let it go. Get it and let it go. If the play's not there, throw the damn thing out of bounds. Let your defense do some things.
Mm-hmm.
But he held on to the ball. He did a couple of plays, made a couple of interesting plays. Some of them he was bailed out by the receiving core against Buffalo. But the fact of the matter is he can't – to me, he looked like the same damn quarterback again. The same damn quarterback.
Yeah, and he's lucky he is Garrett Wilson. And that sounds like a law firm, right? Wilson and Wilson. But he's lucky he is Garrett Wilson because when he threw that ball up into the end zone, it looked like he was kind of just throwing one of those, I hope you come down with it, Garrett. And he sure did. But, man, that was close.
Yeah, they're anyways, my cool game, before we get too sidetracked here, I'm going to stay with college football. The NFL slate just isn't happening this week. It's kind of a dud. And you look up and down, good night, Irene. Look at the 2 Monday night games they're trying to force feed us. Look at the Sunday night game they're trying to give us. Dolphins and Patriots? The Patriots? What year is this? They're trying to cram Dolphins. When was this, 1985?
And then they throw 2 Monday night games.
I get Browns Steelers has the the history, but the Steelers were absolutely awful last week. No one's getting excited about that. So I'm going to the world of college football, and I'm going to go with the Tennessee Volunteers going into Gainesville on tomorrow night. I think that's the biggest game in college football tomorrow, especially if Florida can win. And Tons, I don't know if you know, but we can't see you. But you got the Tennessee Volunteers, about a 6.5 point favorite. I really think Florida's going to upset them. Tennessee has not looked great. This is not the Tennessee team from last year. Joe Milton looks like he looks like a project in the making, but we'll see. Florida was able to run the ball well in their second game. I get it. They didn't play anybody. So are they the Florida team that ran for over 300 yards last week, or are they the Florida team that got their lunches handed to them by Utah? I think they're probably somewhere a little in the middle. Because it's in the swamp, I kind of lean with the fact that Florida will probably get the W. But I just think it's going to be a great game. It's going to be a fun game. And folks are sleeping on this rivalry mainly because it hasn't been a big deal for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But last year we got a really good game. And you look at the dominance by Florida, I mean, it was like a 15-year dominance before that. But if you go back in time and you go into the 90s, especially the 90s into the early 2000s, this was a great college football rivalry. And this is one where I think kids who are, kids like Bobby's age have no idea what this damn rivalry was. This now the reason why he's not with us is he is heading down to the game with his parents.
Oh, wow.
So they're going to the game, and the only reason why it's kind of on his radar other than going to the game, he lives in the state of Tennessee, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we've had this conversation before. Bobby didn't live through this rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
And I can remember some great ones. What year was that? Was that 2000? I want to say that was 2000. It might have been. I'm almost positive 2000. It was the Jabbar Gaffney touchdown that was not a touchdown.
Yeah, I think it was 2000.
That was an incredible game.
Yeah.
There was the 1998 game where Tennessee beats Florida in overtime, when overtime was still relatively new in college football. But they had some great knockdown, drag-out games, and sometimes some of the games would be blowouts, but the build-up was huge because both teams would be ranked in the top 5. All the way through the 1990s, we'll say from like the early 90s into, I'll say early 2000s. Both of these teams were normally ranked top 10, top 5, and the winner, because of divisions, had a decided advantage on getting to the SEC championship game. This is back when Georgia was middle of the road. Georgia wasn't terrible, but they were never a threat. Tennessee, Florida used to be the game in the Southeastern Conference in the 90s, and it doesn't have that same cachet now, but still, there's still a rivalry there. It's much more on the Tennessee end. The Tennessee fan is much more excited about than the Florida fan typically, because Florida's been so dominant over the last 20 years. But let Tennessee get on a roll and start winning some of these games, and it's going to get back on the Florida radar.
Yeah, one of my favorite ones briefly, I think it was 03 or 04, but Chris Leak, remember him? He was a Florida quarterback. Tennessee ultimately ended up getting the best of him as Eric Ainge, ended up leading him to a comeback. They won 30-28 as Tennessee won on a walk-off field goal off of the foot of Will Hoyt. So that was an amazing one. And I remember growing up and watching Chris Leak a good amount. And I wasn't a Florida fan, but after Tennessee beat him that day, I kind of severed all ties with Chris Leak regardless.
Well, Leak ended up being the quarterback for the national championship team. It's either the next year or the year after when they beat Ohio State. But that was all in that same era. The problem was during that time period when the the Urban Meyer Gators started coming back up, Tennessee fell apart. They fell apart because they fired Fulmer. I still thought that was the dumbest thing that they've ever done. They started telling me we can't win the big one. Dude, he had you in the big one. You were not relevant until Philip Fulmer had built you up. And they stabbed him in the back.
O'Toole
they paid for it for 10, 15 years. Below average football program. Now, I think Heupel's building something. I just don't know. I don't know. I'm excited for the game. I'm fired up for the game. And with that, I do want to mention something. We're going to take a quick break, Tones. But when we come back, I'm going to announce something we announced briefly earlier this week, but it starts tomorrow on the kickoff show. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Hello there, Frazier. Oh, what fresh hell is this?
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Your true friends are the people in your life that totally get your inside jokes, your unique style, most important, what you want to eat. Taco Bell knows that when you get together with your real friends, it doesn't matter what you're doing, but hey, it might as well be something that everybody can get into, like the Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack with 4 crunchy tacos and 4 beefy 5-layer burritos. So even if you're all sitting around doing absolutely nothing, you know you'll still have a good time. It's Taco Bell's Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack. Get it for the friends that get it.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
Wait a minute. Why do you want that beer so bad?
Because he's thirsty, dummy.
Welcome back. Yeah, Sean's got a good point. He brings up 3 teams that really it was almost that same time period. Not quite Osborne, but almost essentially. Philip Fulmer at Tennessee, Lloyd Carr at Michigan, and Osborne at Nebraska when they ran him out. And then the next thing you know, you're like, what the hell? Things going crashing down around us. It was a little different for me, from my perspective, Bowden at Florida State, because Bowden had really slipped, and you could just tell that he had already gotten into a point of his career anyways where he wasn't really the head coach anymore. He was more basically just overseeing everything. And they want to give Jimbo a chance. And look, Jimbo won the championship, but after that, it all fell apart. So there you have that. The same knucklehead that distracts Joey during his shows must be the same knucklehead that distracts you during your show. Do y'all have like a cartoon character that follows y'all around as soon as you fire up, like that they get in the background?
Yeah, we do.
Like
No,
Graham show up of like, I don't know, Chris Farley or something. Like, what's going on?
hey, I try and at least provide a little ambiance back here. I got Reed Brignac back there, a couple plaques back there. Nothing too notable, but no, just one of those days. It's a Friday. I'm amped, man. Can't wait for tonight. I got a couple bets down on the college games. I'm ready, baby.
Okay, are you ready for the announcement?
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
The other night when we were doing the celebration show, folks were asking me about a call-in number. And I knew we had one, but I couldn't get it fired up. There's basically just a glitch in the application. Well, I got it figured out. In fact, it's funny. I got it figured out as soon as I killed the show the other night. I actually got it figured out that it was basically, without getting into the weeds of it, we've got a call-in number now. Okay, we've got a call. So we're going to open that up tomorrow for the kickoff show. We'll have a call-in number. Just, please don't get blocked. It's a family-friendly show. It's all about you saying whatever the heck you want to say. Just keep it clean, okay? I don't want to have to start putting disclaimers on the screen like Pat McAfee telling you that, he's going to be sitting there half naked or something on his show, or, that he's going to curse, and you got to go get you got to go get permission from your parents. I don't want that, okay? I want to keep it clean. So if it happens, we'll know the number. They're going to block you. So please, just keep it clean. But we're going to have the phone lines open tomorrow, and I'm going to play around with it tomorrow night as well after the Braves broadcast, depending on what time it ends, because I'm going to close the phone lines right before 7 before Tennessee, Florida. But if it's a tidy game, we'll have it for that as well. But we figure we'd open them up tomorrow for the ball game, and we'll put it on the screen. And anyone, yes, Brian, you will immediately be blocked from anything. I mean, you're on so many FBI lists, it's not even funny. So don't even try calling Brian.
Brian's gonna be calling in, and hey, Miami, they're all of a sudden they're 4-2 after Clemson and their other big opponents.
Just saying the word hurricanes is a curse word, so you can't say that kind of stuff. I'll make sure to bleep that out later.
Did you see I'm ecstatic for the call-in line. I guess I would call in and ask, did you see the $1 tickets? I mean, me and you alluded to it before. Miami's just not a match for that stadium.
It's a terrible fan base. That's what it comes down to. And I know the excuses always come, well, it's too far away from the stadium, blah, blah, blah. The point is, you're selling $1 seats and still not putting butts in the seats. That is pathetic. That is absolutely pathetic.
Really bad. And I mean, you have a 2-0 team on a Thursday night. You should have that thing filled. I don't care who you're playing.
Well, to get people in the stadium for the Texas A&M game, they gave them a buy one, get one free to the Georgia Tech ball game. I'm not sure when that comes up, but it's coming up. So already what you're telling me is that for Georgia Tech and for Bethune-Cookman, 2 of your home games, you're charging a total of $1.
Embarrassing.
It is.
I mean, if I lived in that area and I hated both teams, I'd almost just buy the dang ticket, show up for 20 minutes, and then head out of there.
I do agree with the fact they never should have moved in there. It was a terrible idea. But, man, they've been there for 20-something years, or right at 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you can't use that excuse anymore. At this point, it really comes down to the fact that they don't win enough, that people aren't into it. And honestly, Miami is a terrible sports town.
Yeah.
We're going to see it front and center tonight. Miami Marlins, Atlanta Braves. Majority of the people in the stands tonight will be wearing red, white, and blue. They will not have the teal of Miami on. They're terrible fan base.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was
in Dolphins are about the only team that really draw, but the Dolphins have to be winning. If the Dolphins struggle, people bail out on that too. And, of course, Miami Heat during playoffs. That's it.
That's it. You're not lying. I was there a couple of years back, and I asked, hey, how's a sports town around here? Guy claimed to be a sports fan, barely even knew they had a baseball team. Their basketball games, he said people show up in the beginning of the second quarter. And then, as you alluded to, football, the Dolphins really have to be doing some damage out there in order to get a home field advantage.
Yeah, it's pathetic. What's even more pathetic is Brian putting in the chat 15 years. Like, that makes it better. It's been almost 20. Oh, it's only been 15. We've only been a trash organization for 15 years, not quite 20.
I do like O'Toole's thought too. Hey, build a stadium in Coral Gables. You know, you might actually get some people. But
I'll tell you what prevents them from building a stadium in Coral Gables is the crime. they'll never get it up.
Yeah, I know. I know what you're saying. I was in that area before, and I know what you're alluding to.
That's where where the Marlins currently play baseball, that same neighborhood. Dude, it's terrible. We went down to watch them a few years back, Braves Marlins. Honestly, we outnumbered the Marlins fan. This was not a great Braves team. This was, God, this might have been before the division run. This might have been 2017, 2016. It was somewhere in that neighborhood. I want to say it was 2017. But anyways, this was the apex of the Braves where they are now. And we were still outnumbering Marlins fans in there, I don't know, 70% to 30%. It was a Saturday night, and it was just it echoed in there how few people were in there.
Scary.
All right. I feel like we got sidetracked talking about a poverty college football program and
the Brian Crook effect.
They're about to downgrade him to the Miami Junior College. What's it called? The NAIA level. They're going to put Miami on the NAIA level. There's going to come a time where they're going, dude, we can't even afford shoulder pads. We're going to 7-man, 2-hand touch.
They'll be the football Savannah Bananas.
We're coming up on it.
Yeah, we are. What a quickie. Wow.
What's your lock?
My lock, I've been going back and forth here, McGee. I'm going with tomorrow I'll save my football lock. I'll just go with the lock tonight. It's a college football game. I'm going to go with Friday night vibes. Give me Utah State getting the 9.5 points against Air Force. Air Force has had a nice start to this year, but to me, 9.5 is a lot for Utah State. And they got pinged up by Michigan, but who doesn't? So Utah State getting the 9.5 tonight.
Give me Maryland versus Virginia tonight. The over-under's 47.5. Give me the over. Virginia's defense does not exist, much like the Miami fan base. They do not exist, and they will just get roasted. To his little brother, who's going into his 14th year of college football, is going to light up the scoreboard. And Maryland doesn't have a great defense either. I mean, I'm not expecting 48-0, but I just don't. I think it's going to be a sieve. By the way, UTSA plays tonight as well. They play Army.
Yeah, a couple of okay games tonight. Nothing crazy, but some nice matchups.
Our buddy Tony's going to be locked in. That's his, what does he call that? America's darling or whatever? Anyway, real quick, Braves Marlins 6:40 first pitch right here on Braves Country HD, and we'll have the pregame show kicking here in about 15-20 minutes. What's your walk-off tones?
Walk-off is Mr. Sean O'Toole. That's an old-school AC unit, my friend. And, we stay breathing in here with some air conditioning. Everybody enjoy a great sports weekend.
That's a radiator. That's an old-school radiator.
You guys
are keep it locked in on 99.1 FM. We'll see you tomorrow on the Armchair Quarterback Kickoff Show right here on the Key.
Let's go.
See you manana.
Adios.
Muchacho.
It's Friday, working stiffs. Everybody.
4, 3, 2, 1. Happy weekend! Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. By the by the fans. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country Baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
You're in Braves Country.
Good afternoon, Braves Country. And how about that? How about that? Atlanta Braves going back to work after Wednesday night's big win. Hope y'all had a chance to check it out on Braves Country as we celebrated. And I do have want to reiterate this, going to say it a few times. We have figured it out. We will have a call-in line going forward. So there you have that. And we're playing around with a couple of ideas of when to open up the calls and whatnot. We're probably going to play around with it sometime this weekend. Just haven't really figured out the best time. We're thinking about doing it on the Saturday game. I'm going to try to kind of feel everybody out. The problem is with this is that you've also got college football kicking, right? And so that's always an issue when you talk about opening up the call lines. But we do want to kind of experiment with it. Not really worried about what the response is the first time and kind of go with it. We did a celebration show right after we won the East for the 6th year in a row, by God. And we could not get the call-in set up. And what I found out later is that we could have. There was a glitch, and all you had to do was clear something out, and we would have been fine. So we've got it ready to roll now. Assuming everything comes in the way it should, and thinking about doing it. So if you look at what's going on Saturday, we play at 4:10. And my biggest question that I have when I'm setting this up, and we'll go off everyone's reactions, because Braves Country is as much a part of y'all as it is us. And we look at it as one big family. We want to do things that are going to make it fun. That's what this whole thing's about. This is about having fun. To hell with everything else, this is about having fun. So I was looking at it. Georgia plays at 3:30. They play South Carolina at 3:30. Braves are starting their game at 4:00. We would hope Georgia would be well in control by the time the Braves game is over with. I mean, they're a 4-touchdown favorite. Come on. So we've got that going on. Alabama plays at 3:30, same situation. The Tennessee Volunteers play the Florida Gators at 7:00. So what I'm thinking is the Miami versus Braves game, which will be Saturday, 4:10 first pitch, assuming that it's a somewhat tidy game and we get the game done in 2.5 to 2, whatever it may be, 2.5 hours, 2 hours, 45 minutes, whatever it ends up being. And we'll do an immediate open up the phone lines. We're going to experiment it with one time, just see where it goes. And what I'll probably do is cut it off at 7 o'clock. So 7 o'clock, everybody can go watch I see Tennessee and Florida are playing at 7. I see Auburn is playing at 7. Vanderbilt, you got Georgia Tech, which is obviously an Atlanta team. They're playing Ole Miss at 7:30. So it gets us out of the way, and y'all can chime in. And this won't be the only time we do it. So if you don't get through, it's not the end of the world. But we're going to try to do it more often just to get your reactions, win, lose, or draw. What's going on with the team? Maybe you got questions. Maybe you just got comments. Maybe you got statements. And we want to hear it all. Just remember to keep it family friendly, because we're going to be going out on different stations with this, and we don't want to have to. We don't have to block anyone's number. Don't make us do that. Just keep it family friendly. You can say whatever you want, just as long as it's not ugly and not stays within FCC guidelines, as they say. And we should have a lot of fun with that. So we're going to start that Saturday. And like I said, we're going to cut off at 7. So if the game goes long, then we'll just try it next week. But we're going to try it. And I do believe I've got a special guest that is going to come in and help us with one of the Philadelphia games next week. I have to double check that. But I've been going back and forth with the guy who does something similar to what we do for Philadelphia sports. And we thought it would be fun to kind of do a crossover. And we're still trying to figure out the logistics on that, but we'll let you know all that about going forward. As soon as I get it nailed down, we'll get that figured out. So a lot of things going on in Braves country, a lot of fun stuff to look forward to, including your Atlanta Braves heading to the playoffs as division champions, and that's for sure. Which means we have not only clinched a playoff spot like we did earlier in the week. We're the first to clinch the playoff spot. We are now the first to clinch a division spot. And when we clinch the division spot, we clinched the division before anybody else clinched a playoff spot, I guess is what I'm trying to get out. That's pretty impressive. And we will have a first round bye come hell or high water, because even if we were to lose out, Brewers are not catching us. Brewers right now are 15 and a half games behind the Braves. And we've got 2.5 weeks to go. So that would be the worst case scenario, is that we would get the first round bye and be a number 2 seed behind the Dodgers. Not likely the Dodgers are catching us, but you never know. I never want to say never. Dodgers are, man, I'll tell you what, if you look at what the Dodgers have been doing and you just look at the way they've been scuffling, I don't think the Dodgers anymore. So the other night, Wednesday night, we win. We did the post-game show. It's on for about a half hour or so. Something. It was somewhere in that neighborhood. And I finished up, and went back and watched the post-game interviews for the Braves. A lot of fun stuff to hear, and a lot of it's just gushing. But hey, when you're this close to October and you're a huge fan, you'll listen to all the gushing. We all know it's all just window dressing, but it's fun. And while that was going on another monitor, I was watching the Dodgers Padres. And by the way, I keep calling him Ian. Blake Snell was phenomenal again. I am not a Blake Snell fan. I've never made that a secret. But Blake Snell would win the Cy Young Award for me. If I was voting right now, it would be Snell, and number 2 would be Justin Steele. 3 is probably Gallen, or you could give it to Strider. It really depends on what numbers you want to look at. I'd probably more hedge towards Strider, because he did clinch the division in Philadelphia. To me, that's a big deal. But he's had some bad outings as well, so I can't give him the Cy Young. Cy Young has to be a dominant year across the board. I mean, his ERA is almost a run and a half more than Blake Snell. And I'll tell you why I keep calling him Ian Snell. There used to be a pitcher, Ian Snell, in the league, and it was a running joke with us in one of our fantasy baseball leagues. Some guy drafted him really high in one year, and he ended up being atrocious. And so after that, for years and years and years, we would go, "Who's your first pick? Is it Ian Snell?" You know, we all know how these fantasy drafts go. We never let anything go. So now I can't get it out of my head that Blake Snell is Ian Snell. But anyways, that would be what my main point I was going to make about the Dodgers. They're in trouble. They are in big trouble. They are not going to have Walker Buehler. They've already said that they're shutting him down. He's not going to pitch this year. Just didn't work out well. They're having to. They had to reset his clock, and essentially they just said, "You know what? The heck with it. It's not going to work out. We'll never get you back in time. What's the point?" Urias is gone. And now they're talking about a shoulder issue with Kershaw, which, man, that guy can never stay healthy. I don't know what it is with him, but he has never been able to stay healthy. I know he's got a lot of innings on that arm, but this has been going on for years with Clayton Kershaw. Even in his prime, he couldn't stay healthy. It's unreal, but so they're dealing with that. The Dodgers are not going to have the pitching to get through. I don't know if we'll see them in the NLCS, assuming we make it. I felt that way last year, and they got knocked out by the Padres. This year, they won't face the Padres. They will most likely end up squaring off with either Milwaukee or whoever Milwaukee plays in the first round. Right now, I get it that the Dodgers have a lot of offensive talent. But that's not going to win you playoff series, and that's going to be a problem. So the Dodgers, to me, the team that we have to be most concerned about in the National League, right now, I do believe it's the Philadelphia Phillies. Philly gave us a hell of a series. I know we took 3 out of 4, and we took 3 out of 4 in Los Angeles last weekend. So you can draw the comparisons there. But the difference is Philly was tooth and nail fighting us every damn step of the way. Dodgers, other than the game that they won in the Saturday, so what was that, game 3? Other than that, man, Atlanta kind of had their way with them, and I don't think that's going to change when we hit the playoffs. Whoever they face, that pitching is a big question mark for the Dodgers. So when I'm handicapping the National League and looking at the scenarios that'll take place, and right now we'll just assume it's going to finish this way, that it'll be Braves 1, Dodgers 2, Brewers 3, and I don't see why we would think anything else. Braves have a really healthy lead on the Dodgers, and that lead that the Dodgers have on the Brewers is just as big. So it looks like it's going to be 1, 2, 3 seeds in the National League will be those 3. The Phillies, I would say probably they hold on, even though they've played poorly this week. Cubs didn't really take advantage of it. And so the Phillies will probably be the host team. And if they are the host team, I don't know if the Cubs can go into Philly. I think the Cubs have a puncher's chance of beating the Phillies if it's in Chicago. But in Philly, it'll be fun. Don't get me wrong. I've been pulling for that to not be the series because I want the Cubs to be the home team. Because that'll be fun. But with that being said, Phillies pitching is a little better. I think the Cubs have a good offense and can bang with the Phillies if they're hitting on all cylinders, but the Phillies offense is a little better. Phillies bullpen, I think, is much stronger. It just everything points to Philly knocking out the Cubs. In a perfect world, Philly does a free fall and either misses the playoffs altogether or they end up as the 6th seed. They played the Brewers, and then the winner between the Brewers and the Phillies play the Dodgers, and we would end up playing, Cubs versus Reds or what have you. Not that either one of those teams are chopped liver, but I like my chances a lot better. Just the main thing is I think we can beat every team in baseball. That's not where I'm getting at. What I'm saying is the easiest road. I'll take the easiest road every damn day of the week because you've got to get through the NLDS, you got to get through the NLCS, and then you got to get through the World Series. And this all comes on the heels of a long, grueling season and where your pitcher's at. So, with all that being said, let's just make the assumption it's Phillies host the Cubs. And then you're going to go on a big limb. You can grab any four of these teams. It really depends on who gets hot the next 2 weeks. And with that being said, that team will be dangerous when they face, assuming the Brewers. You got the Diamondbacks, the Reds, the Marlins, and the Giants. I don't think any of those teams wow anybody. But the point I'm making is whoever comes out of that fray will have played very good baseball and will be hitting the postseason on a high. Hitting well, pitching well enough to outlast the other teams. So that would be one heck of a I mean, we're talking about, let's say Philly and the Cubs stumble a little bit and they come back to the pack. We are talking about a possibility going 6 wide into the corner on the last weekend of the season, which would be unreal. We don't really have time to handicap the entire race going down the stretch. But just to say that the fact that one thing that I do know for sure off the top of my head is that the last week of the season, the Cubs, the beginning of that week, they are in Atlanta. Now the question will be, are the Braves putting their best foot forward? The other element of that is this. They finish off at Atlanta and then at Milwaukee for 3. Now, right now, they're sitting a few games back of Milwaukee. But they'll have it in their hand with an opportunity to go out there and win the division. I would love to see the Cubs win the division because I think Milwaukee could be a handful for the Phillies just because of all that pitching. But leading up to that, the Chicago Cubs tonight and this weekend will be at Arizona. That's a huge series. Then they're going to come home for 6 games, and the Cubs, if they don't make the playoffs, it's their own damn fault because they're at home against the Pittsburgh Pirates for 3 and home against the Colorado Rockies for 3. That being said, they just lost 2 of 3 in Colorado. That's a problem. When you're trying to catch the Phillies for the best record or win the division, that's a problem. I understand that Colorado is a difficult place to play because of all the elements there, but you got to step up if you're the Cubs. The problem with the Cubs is it's their pitching. Their pitching's wearing down. You know, they had Stroman on the IL. They got Tyon has not been what I don't know what the Cubs thought they were getting, but I knew what Tyon was going to be. He's extremely overrated in my book. He will eat innings, but that's about it. Drew Smyly, I mean, Drew Smyly and Jameson Tyon might as well be the same damn guy from one side of the plate to the other. I mean, from one side of the bump to the other. Drew Smyly is the left-handed version of Tyon. So their pitching is going to be a big problem. But somehow, some way, they're going to end up in that final week probably with an opportunity to maybe win the division. So that's going to be a big deal for the Cubs. You look at them finishing off at Atlanta and at Milwaukee. Now, once again, the Braves will probably have everything locked up. So the Cubs might actually be getting a benefit of the fact that they're not going to get the best. The Braves will put their starters out there, but how long will they go? I don't think you're going to get Spencer Strider for 6-7 innings. I think you're going to get Spencer Strider to go out there, pitch about 4, maybe 5 at the most. Same through the Max Fried. I'm talking about the last go around. They want to keep him stretched out, but at the same token, they don't want to wear him down. So it's going to be a delicate balance. And Honest Engine, because of the way it plays out, you really would rather have Strider and Fried and Morton, and we're going to get into this in a bit because I thought it would be interesting to take a look at who the rotation would be, who the bullpen would be, and what would our roster look like as of right now, assuming health. But when you look at all of that and you break it all down, if I'm Snicker and company, obviously most of this comes from Anthopoulos and his analytical team and whatnot, but the Braves playoffs, so the final game of the regular season is Sunday, October 1st. The Braves playoffs are most likely to start Saturday, October 7th. That is a long damn layoff. That is a ridiculously long layoff. That is too long of a layoff, in my opinion. I don't think they should be doing this, but I'm not going to go back on this again. But real quick, here's my thoughts on it. I've been saying this from day one. If you want the final day of the season, if you want a travel day right after, I get it. But you take that Monday off because there's no longer any tiebreaker games. All the tiebreakers are going to like NFL type of tiebreakers. It all comes down to who did you play, winning percentage, etc. They're not going to play a one game play-in anymore. It's a shame, but you kind of have to get on with the business. If you want Monday to be a travel day, I get it. But then Tuesday and Wednesday should be one doubleheader set up for each. And you could do it one or two ways. First year, you could say the American League is going doubleheader on Tuesday and the National League going doubleheader on Wednesday. Obviously, this is all if necessary. Or you could do it the way I would prefer to do it, which means every series starts on Tuesday and every series is a doubleheader on Wednesday if necessary. So everybody's going to play that Wednesday morning or early afternoon, and then you're going to play a day-night doubleheader if you need a third game. And what that would do is, A, that would be extremely fun for the fans. B, Wednesday. What the hell happens on Wednesday in the fall? Nothing. There's no football. Fans would be locked into any game that made it to 3 games, any series that made it to 3 games, they'd be locked in that Wednesday night. How fun would that be? And you also give the advantage to the teams that have the bye of, man, I'm glad I don't have to play a damn doubleheader right before the next round, right? You then give them the Thursday off for travel because you got to figure out who you're playing and where you're going. Fair enough. You would avoid the Thursday night football game, whatever the heck it is. And then Friday, let's go. Let's get it going again. And that would mean that the team that played on Sunday that won the division, like the Braves, like the Dodgers, whoever else, would only have 4 days off, and that to me is much more logical. Much more logical. And it also helps out the team that gets in there. And you could stagger the games on Friday. You're going to have 4 series starting on Friday. That's fine. But instead, they're waiting until damn Saturday, which means they're going up against college football. They're also giving way too long of a break. So because of this, if I'm Snicker and I'm the Braves, this is what I do. I start Max Fried Friday, September 29th, excuse me. I think I go Strider Saturday, September 30th, and then Charlie Morton October 1st. My number 4 guy, he's going to pitch on Thursday. I'm hoping I don't need him, but that is what it is. And if I do need him, I can pitch him on Thursday, September 20th. I can pitch him pretty deep because I want him to have stretched out. Obviously, you're not going to risk injury, but the point being, you'll go into extra rest heading into that. If you do it any other way, you're giving a long rest to your starters heading into that October 7th Saturday. And with all that being said, you're really talking about rust versus rest, and that's always the big argument. It's the argument in all sports, but it is a huge argument in baseball because it's an everyday sport. So that's just a quick look at the way you would do it. But right now, what you're looking at is the possibilities of teams that could climb into that number 5 spot to play the Phillies. This is assuming the Phillies don't collapse and lose a bunch of games and end up in the 5 or 6 spot. Not only do you have the Cubs, and they do have a 2-game lead, but not only do you have the Cubs, but right behind them, and they're all coming in 4 wide with basically they're all tied. There's a half game here and there, but they're essentially all tied. Reds, Diamondbacks, Giants, Marlins. And that is going to be one hell of a finish. We talked about the Diamondbacks and the Cubs going head-to-head. The Reds is a team, that's a team that I really would like to see make it because I think it would be fun for baseball to see Ellie in the playoffs. Their stretch is actually pretty darn manageable. This weekend, they're playing the Mets. Then they got the Twins, who have pretty much wrapped up the Central, so they're starting to pull up the brakes. But they'll get a good fight against the Twins. It's in Cincy, though. They play Pittsburgh, and they're at Cleveland for 2 and at St. Louis for 3 to end the season. Both those teams are well out of the playoff race. Cleveland's holding on by a string, but they'll be done by then. So the Reds, that's what they look like going down the stretch. The Marlins, everyone's been really quiet on the Marlins, but they're right there with everybody else. And what the Marlins are looking at, they're hosting the Braves, obviously, this weekend. Then they get the Mets, and then they get the Brewers. That is a long home stretch, and they've got to be very good on that home stretch. I think the Marlins need a winning home stand. What is that, 9 games? They've got to at least go 5-4. And the reason why they don't have to go much better than that, listen to this, they end the season. This is why you have to keep an eye on the Marlins. They could be sneaky dangerous. They finished the last week of the season at the Mets, who have packed it in, and at the Pirates, who have packed it in. And that, to me, is a team that I'm keeping an eye on down the stretch. Obviously, we'll get them this weekend. We'll get a good look at them, but I'm going to be watching their scores over a lot of other teams. The other team that we haven't talked about yet that is in this last run is the San Francisco Giants. What do they look like? They are in Colorado this weekend. Then they have a 2-game series at Arizona, which is obviously going to be big for their wild card. 1 game equals 2. They've got a tough road as far as the talent they're going to go up against. But the question will be, who are they going to actually face? The Giants, last 10 ball games, 4 in Los Angeles against the Dodgers, 3 at home against the Padres, 3 at home against the Dodgers. And the Dodgers are going to be in the same boat that the Braves are in. Don't you think the Dodgers will end up at some point saying, look, we want to put our best pitchers out there this weekend because we're going to have a week off, and God only knows what they're going to come back off on that rust versus rest argument. So I think San Francisco's got the toughest stretch. I think they're going to fall just a hair out of the race. I've always kind of pulled for the Giants just because I am not a Dodger fan. I'm anti-Dodgers. So because of that, by default, I've always kind of pulled for the Giants out there. I can't call myself a Giants fan. That would be a huge lie. But I tend to pull for them because of that. But this year, the 2 teams I really want to see in the playoffs in the National League are the Cubs, because I think it would just be a fun team to follow, and the Reds. Same thing. That third team, I'm telling you, just keep an eye out for those Marlins because they've got the schedule in their favor. I just assume the Phillies are not going to fall off the Phillies would absolutely have to play terrible baseball. And they did not play terrible baseball against the Braves. That's just a fact. They played good baseball. The Braves just played better. Phillies, by the way, they're in St. Louis this weekend, and the Cardinals have been playing much better. Then they go to Atlanta. But after that, they've got it made in the shade. 7 games at home versus the Mets and the Pirates, and then 3 at the Mets to end it. Now, sure, the Mets would love to play spoiler, but I don't think spoiler will be there for them. But if they have an opportunity to knock out the Phillies the last weekend in New York, the New York Mets fans are going to get behind that. They remember the collapse where it was the exact opposite, where the Mets, it's about 15 years ago, where the Mets collapsed and the Phillies took the division. Different scenario, but the Mets would love to be the team. But I don't think we get there. I think you're going to get – they'll get a good series from St. Louis. They'll get a good series from Atlanta. But then you're talking about 7 of your last 10 games are against the Mets and the other 3 against the Pirates. And 7 of them are at home. Phillies are making the playoffs whether we like it or not. All right, let's take a real quick break. When we come back, we're going to look at the series for the weekend starting up Friday night, 6:40 first pitch. We'll have it right here, play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch for your Atlanta Braves here on Braves Country Baseball. We're also going to look at what will our roster look like come the divisional series. Because I've got it jotted down. I'm pretty sure I've got it figured out. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country Baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
You're in Braves country.
Welcome back. Your Atlanta Braves, National League East champions. 6 in a row. How about that? A 6-pack of champions. We even sprinkled in a World Series title, an NL pennant. You know, when we first started this run in 18, we were ecstatic to be in the mix. There are 2 titles that I think we left on the table. 2019, Mike Foltynewicz, Game 5 against the Cardinals cost us a World Series title. I'm convinced of it. At least cost us the pennant. He absolutely imploded against the Cardinals in that Game 5. Cardinals went on to play the Nationals. And the Nationals went on, and the rest is history. If you remember the Atlanta Braves, not only did they win the division that year, and everyone's like, oh, well, look what the Nationals did. They got hot, et cetera, and everyone thought that's what was essentially going to happen with the Phillies last year, which they just fell short. It's not really the same thing because here's the deal. The Atlanta Braves owned Washington that season. They would have smoked them for the pennant. And I think they would have beaten that Astros team as well. They would have smoked them. But we left it on the table. The other one that I think that we left on the table, not 2020 when we got the lead against the Dodgers in the bubble ship. First of all, if we're going to lose one, thankfully it was the one that doesn't really count. You know, they're going to call that a World Series, but those of us that lived it are always going to put an asterisk by it. I don't care what Dodger fans try to tell you, they have not won the World Series since 1988. It's just a fact. And if they finally win one in this era, and I do think that they'll find their way to a championship in the next 5 years. You wait. You just wait. They have that parade. There is going to be all kinds of talk of it's finally awesome to finally get a legitimate championship because the one in 2020 never felt right. It always felt hollow. I guarantee right now, the narrative is that no, it works. No. We won that championship in 2020, and that championship is just as legitimate as any other championship. I don't want to hear it. That's what we're getting right now. But I'm telling you, wait till they actually win one. That narrative is going to flip, and they're going to be like, thank God we finally won a real one. But the one that'll always stick in my craw is the 2019 Game 5 Foltynewicz. In 2022, we were the best team in baseball by far, second half of the season. They ran out of gas. I don't think they managed the team right per se, but I'm really going to put most of that up to bad luck and maybe not having the foresight. The bad luck was Max Fried getting the flu, and he was not Max Fried when he finally came back. He was a shell of his former self. And then the other one was, remember Spencer Strider was on the IL? and Spencer Strider came in and got absolutely pounded. And I don't think he was all the way back. I think they rushed him. Now, I can't get all over their case for doing that, but the fact still remains we rushed him. There's obvious reasons why they rushed him. They're like, what the hell, man? We can't wait till January to have the guy start pitching. Let's go. But I was saying it then, I'll still say it now. I think Bryce Elders deserved a chance to start one of those games because he was pitching well. He was pitching really well. And he would have been a difficult one to deal with. It would have given you a couple extra days for Max Fried. And probably the way I would have went with it is this. I would have went Kyle Wright as my 1. I would have went Elder as my 2. Morton as my 3. Max Fried, give him extra time because I'm telling you, he lost like 10 to 15 pounds. Give him as your 4. The fifth game, you just figured it out. You either go Elder again or whatever, or maybe you've already won it. And Strider would have been in my bullpen because he was just falling apart. But the Braves had the best team last year. They did. So 2022 and 2019, those are the ones that really irk me. It's just like when you go back to those 90s Braves, and yeah, they had all the division championships. So you can talk about this year and that year and this year and that year, what blah, 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 blah. There's only a couple that I sit there and go, man, we should have won it. We should have won it. And that was 96 when we had the lead against the Yankees in the series. In 97, when Eric Gregg absolutely hosed the Braves and gave Levon Hernandez a much larger strike zone than Greg Maddux. We win that World Series if Eric Gregg was not on the field. There's no doubt in my mind. We're a better team. We would have smoked the Indians. And that's just the way it is. But anyways, 97 and 96, those are the two that always they had that song when we did a video about, so I won't rehash it, but the 98 Braves, that team was not going to win the World Series. They weren't beating the Yankees, who had the best record. That's one of the best teams to ever play the game. And they couldn't hit Kevin Brown. 99, if you don't believe me about 98, go rewatch the 99 World Series. Got swept and it wasn't even there were some close games, but you never felt like that the Braves were ever a threat to win that World Series. And by the time we hit the 2000s, yeah, we were winning divisions, but none of those teams were real. I mean, those teams were like, hey, it's great. We're winning the East. That's only because everyone in the East sucks. It was kind of like, remember that midway part of the New England Patriots when they kept winning the Eastern Division in the AFC, but they weren't a real threat in the playoffs. This was late 2000s into the early 2010s. It was because the AFC East was just atrocious. And that's what the that's what the NL East was. The NL East was just bad around 2000 on, but the Braves kept winning it because we had the starting pitching. This Braves team is not only good enough, it is their birthright to win the World Series this year. No matter what you think about their pitching, because I see a lot of comments, compare our pitching to the rest of the league. It's better. We have the second best bullpen. We have the third best rotation. No one can say that. No one's top 5. And we have got by far, and it is not even close, the best damn offense in Major League Baseball. You put all those together and a solid defense. The only thing that has ever bothered me about this team is some of the fundamentals, and usually it's the base running. Some of it is on the players. A lot of it also falls on Washington. He gets caught up in the moment. And I get it, man. So many things worked out for him in the past that he continues to send these guys. But Ron, for the love of God, please don't run us out of innings come October. This offense bangs. But what was different between 21 when he was doing it and this year, we don't strike out like we used to. So you send a guy now and he gets drilled at the plate, you're literally killing a rally. You send a guy before 2021 and even before that, I never used to get real upset because I'm like, the next guy's up. He's probably gonna either hit a pop up with 2 outs or he's gonna strike out unless he gets a hold of one. And so you kind of saw the reasoning behind it. Now, man, keep that line moving, my man. Come on, Ron. You're much smarter than I am. You know this. You just get caught up in the moment. And I get that. It's got to be hard. Hell, I've thought about it myself. I'll sit there and curse his name and stuff, and then later on I'm like, man, if I was that third base coach, I'd be sending every damn buddy. My nickname would be Windmill because they'd be like, dude, this guy's always got the windmill going. Go, 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 go. I'd be sending Sean Murphy for an inside the park home run. I would be like, come on, man, you can do it. But that's because you're just dropping me in there for one day, and I would just get caught up in the moment. Ron Washington's been doing this for a long time. He's got to pull the reins back a little bit. So, wanted to take a real quick look at. First of all, we're going to take a really quick look at the series itself with the Miami Marlins. Right now, it looks like Elder and Morton will pitch in the series. They have not made an official announcement. You could get Schuster as well. You could get Kyle Wright at some point. I feel like, and they're not going to put it in stone because that's just the way the Braves do it. But I feel like it would be more fortuitous for Kyle Wright to not face the Phillies. So if he's not going to pitch in this series, and he may, but he might, if he's not going to pitch in this series, then just save him for next weekend against Washington. Just give him extra days off. That's just the way I feel about it. As far as the Marlins are concerned, now they're fighting for their playoff lives. We get Cueto for the Friday game. I love our chances against him. Cueto used to be one hell of a pitcher. Cueto is a shadow of his own former self. I mean, he's 1-4 with the 6.15 ERA. He's a soft tosser at this point. He used to have a pretty darn good fastball, mid-90s fastball, and then would drop that change, and he was hard to deal with. Nowadays, it's almost a bullpen game. The Saturday game is going to be the most difficult matchup. That's Luzardo. Now, the Braves do hit lefties pretty well, but Luzardo, I mean, he's filthy. He's really good at home, too. And the other pitcher that we're supposed to meet up with, they haven't made an official decision on the Sunday game. Could be a number of pitchers. I'm honestly, if you just read the tea leaves of who the Marlins would have available. So if you go back and look at this week, what the Marlins did, Marlins were in Milwaukee for 4. And then, so they have not had the day off, right? If you pitch it forward and try to figure out, all right, what's the, who's most likely to be there? The way it plays out with the Milwaukee series that they're coming off of is that, and this is speculation, but it very well could be Cabrera. And it was a bullpen game, but we saw Cabrera. Now, remember the Braves pounded Cabrera? You remember that? He was the upstart rookie, and everyone was enamored by him. He goes up against the Braves, and the Braves absolutely smoked him, knocked him out in the first inning. I don't. Did he even record an out? He got absolutely drilled in that game. Looking it up right now, but that was a huge game, and he got absolutely just smoked. Oh, he ended up actually going deeper than I thought he did, but he gave up 4 earned runs. But in that game, the Braves won 11-0. And the Braves, and remember, the Marlins had 2 errors in that game as well. Cabrera got absolutely drilled in that game. I don't believe that they will go that route. But even with that being said, if you go all the way back into that Marlins series, or the Marlins Milwaukee series, what I'm trying to say, it's going to be some version of a bullpen-ish game for them, and it'll be versus Charlie. I think the Braves will win this series. We might come out a little flat tonight. I still think we win tonight. I think we win Sunday. Saturday is going to be the big question game because of what the pitching matchup may be. So I'm going to take the Braves to win 2 out of 3. We could get a hangover. I mean, you're talking about the guys going out there, but I love the fact that we had the day off and kind of get rejuvenated and go, all right, guys, let's go. And I would hope that, and I'm sure they are, but I would hope that they're going to dangle that carrot in front of them and go, all right, you won the division. Now we got to get the National League best record. And to keep them on that edge and keep up with the Dodgers. And then once they clear that bar, then you go, all right, now we want to make sure we have the best record in baseball. And we'll just keep them. Now, I don't think they're going to grind them down the stretch. If for some reason, let's say Baltimore gets smoking white hot, wins a bunch of games, whatever, let them have it. Baltimore's offense is not going to Baltimore's pitching isn't going to scare us in the playoffs, and they're probably not going to make it to the World Series. But you want to have these carrots out in front of the team just to keep them motivated. Not to mention the fact, forget who said it the other night, but you also have the fact that you got Acuna chasing the MVP. You got Olsen chasing down the most home runs ever hit in Braves history. And you have other guys that want to hit milestones. You want, outside chance that Mr. Ozuna could chase down 40 home runs. You got an outside chance for Ozzie to do some special things as well. Riley. A lot of guys still have some personal milestones, so hopefully all of that will continue. And, of course, Spencer Strider, though I don't think he's going to win it, has an opportunity to at least finish high in the Cy Young voting. All right, let's take and by the way, we'll go pick to click. You know what? Let's get Matt Olson off the schneid. He's not really on the schneid, but let's get him over the hump. Let's say he hits 52 tonight. 52 tonight. He becomes the all-time Atlanta Braves and home run leader for a single season, obviously. Obviously, Hank Aaron's still the home run king, not just for Atlanta, but in all of baseball. 755, that's the number. None of those make-believe numbers that Barry Bonds put up. And I'll take the Braves. I think it'll be a high-scoring game. I think Atlanta's going to go in there and really put it on. I mean, if they stick with Cueto, I think the Braves are going to pound them. Give me the Braves to win tonight. We'll say 9-4. Because I'm curious now that we have everything in place, the division, etc. I'm curious to see how they manage this bullpen because we really used it. So who's going to be actually? I know everyone in theory could be available tonight because of the off day, etc., etc. But who are they? They've got a game plan that they won't reveal. That'll say, "Hey, tonight we only want to use X, Y, and Z. Tomorrow night, A, B's, and C. Sunday, D, E, and F. We don't want to go out there and chase wins anymore. We've got the division. We should get the National League best record, etc." Okay, so that's what I'm going. I'm going 9-4. I think we get a good start. Don't get me wrong, but there's no telling who they put in coming out of the bullpen. 9-4, and Matt Olson gets number 52. Okay, real quick, I wanted to take a look at it while we have a few minutes. The taking a look at the possible playoff roster. And this one, to me, I think this could be the actual playoff roster, but we're assuming health for everybody, right? My starting rotation is going to be Max Fried, Strider, Charlie Morton, and then these last several starts, whoever's pitching better. I don't give a damn who it is. If it's Bryce Elder, give me Elder. Right now I'm leaning Elder. But if Kyle Wright comes out, Kyle Wright's got better stuff. Kyle Wright's got swing and miss stuff. Kyle Wright is the one we actually want. And whoever you don't use, you wouldn't put on the playoff roster. You would use that person in an emergency off of an IL. So you don't start with him on the roster because you would just IL someone, and you may not have him for the NLCS, but that's the price of doing business. You're gonna be able to have 13 pitchers and 13 batters. So there's my 4 starters. Let's just say that it's Elder with Kyle Wright waiting in the wings to start. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for Kyle Wright to start game 1 of the NLCS, right? Right? So that's how I would attack it. You give Kyle Wright an extra, what do they call them? Simulated game in between that, just keep him up and ready. Or you do it the other way and you got Elder ready to roll for game 1. However you want to do it, but that's the NLCS. We're trying to get to the NLDS. My next is up. The pen. This is who I have in the pen, and I'm not waffling. In theory, I would love to see what AJ Smith-Shawver has, but until I see that today out of the pen, this is what I want. Iglesias is my closer. AJ, Jimenez, and Yates are my setup guys. Dylan Lee and Hand are my other 2 lefties. Hand has proved that he deserves to be there. And then Tonkin, Pierce Johnson, and Jesse Chavez. So that's 9 guys in the pen, 4 starters. That gives you 13. Once again, Iglesias, AJ, Jimenez, Yates, Tonkin, Hand, Lee, Jesse Chavez, who should be back soon, hopefully, and Pierce Johnson. No way in hell am I putting Colin McHugh on that team. All right. Colin McHugh literally would be sitting in the wings, staying stretched out for some nightmare scenario where we have injuries. So then you get 13 guys on the 13 batters. And this is how this would go down. Running out of time, so I'm going to fly through them. Murphy, Travis d'Arnaud are my catchers. Then it's very obvious. Olsen, Arcia, Riley, Eddie, and Pilar. Michael Harris is second, and Acuna. Ozuna's your designated hitter. That gives you 2 extra guys that you can come off the bench for. Because you've got the 8 in the everyday starting lineup, plus the DH makes it 9. d'Arnaud makes it 10. And Pilar against lefty makes it 11. Eddie versus righties. You get 2 other guys, Forrest Wall for base running purposes, and Nicky Lopez, because you don't know what scenario comes up where you have to do something, and you can use him for pinch running. You can use him anywhere in the infield. He's not getting a start barring injury, and that's where I have it. So there you have that. And once again, Murphy, d'Arnaud, Olsen, Ozzie, Arcia, Riley, Eddie, Pilar, Harris, and Acuna and Ozuna. We get those. Wall and Nicky Lopez are my actual reserve guys that will only be used for pinch running purposes, essentially. And that bullpen, once again, with Fried, Strider, Charlie, and hopefully Kyle Wright. But if he doesn't get himself worked out, then I'm not scared to go to Elder and have Kyle Wright for game 1 of the NLCS. That would be, I mean, that's next level. That's like playing 3D chess, right? And then the pen, Iglesias, AJ, Jimenez, Yates, Tonkin, Hand, Lee, Jesse Chavez, hopefully, and Pierce Johnson. If Chavez doesn't come back, I'd like to see what AJ Smith-Shawver could bring, because, man, that kid can throw bullets. All right, let's take a quick break. We will be right back.
You're in Braves country.
the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. One run is in. Here comes Braves. He's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare above bursting in air, it broke through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Ronald Acuna Jr., 37 home runs, 97 RBI, 66 stolen bases, batting .335. Ozzie Albies playing second, batting second, 29 home runs, 93 RBI, 12 stolen bases, batting .265. Austin Riley batting third, playing third, 35 home runs, 88 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .277. Matt Olson batting cleanup for your Atlanta Braves and playing first base with 51 home runs, 128 RBI. He has a stolen base and a .279 average. Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter, batting fifth with 34 home runs, 81 RBI, and a .267 average. Eddie Rosario is in left field, 21 home runs, 71 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .267. Travis d'Arnaud, 11 home runs, 38 RBI, a .229 average. He'll be behind home plate tonight. Batting eighth and playing shortstop, Orlando Arcia, 17 home runs, 59 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .270. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves with 16 home runs, 50 RBI, 20 stolen bases, batting .291. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, it's Bryce Elder. He comes in with a 12-4 record, .338 ERA, a 1.20 whip, 162 and a third innings pitched, 140 hits allowed, 120 strikeouts, 54 walks, 16 home runs given up. He's going head-to-head with Johnny Cueto, who's 1-4 with a 6.15 ERA, a 1.24 whip, 41 innings pitched, 37 hits allowed, 33 strikeouts, 14 walks, and 12 home runs given up. Backing up Cueto in the bottom of the first, it'll be Luis Arias, playing first base with 7 home runs, 64 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .349. Josh Bell is the designated hitter, 20 home runs, 65 RBI, a .242 average. Jake Berger is playing third base with 31 home runs, 69 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .239. Jazz Chisholm is in center field for the Miami Marlins, 16 home runs, 40 RBI, 19 stolen bases, batting .251. Ryan De La Cruz is in left field with 19 home runs, 73 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .253. Sanchez is in right field with 13 home runs, 50 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .263. Edwards is playing second base with 3 RBI, 1 stolen base, a .288 average. Stallings is behind home plate with 3 home runs, 17 RBI, a .197 clip. And Wendell is playing shortstop, batting ninth with 2 home runs, 20 RBI, 7 stolen bases, batting .222. And that's your lineups for game 1 of a 3-game set between the Atlanta Braves and the Miami Marlins, the last set of the season between these two. The Atlanta Braves are 9-1 against the Miami Marlins this year. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves versus the Marlins tonight and tomorrow afternoon at 4:10 Eastern. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate, it's Charlie Ramos. Adrian Johnson is at the first base bag. Manning second is Manny Gonzalez. And down the third base line, it's Quinn Wolcott. We are in Miami, Florida. Lone Depot Park, which holds 37,446. Braves come in 96-50 on the year, 49-25 on the road. Miami Marlins are 75-72, 40-32 at home. Atlanta is minus 190 on the money line, and the over-under is 9. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves-Marlins. Game 1 of a 3-game set is the Braves trying to chase down the best record in baseball for home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Miami clinging to the wild card race. Get your game face on, Braves country. Good morning. You are listening live, and we are here in Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida, as the Atlanta Braves are set to take on the Miami Marlins as it is baseball time in Braves country. Your Atlanta Braves, of course, the last time we spoke, have clinched the National League East for the 6th consecutive year. And now we're hunting for the best record in baseball, the best record in the National League. Magic numbers, though we do have the tiebreakers, magic numbers are still 10 and 12. That's the short of it. And we hope to start chiseling that away. It's not going to make a whole lot of difference, or at least it shouldn't. The Braves should play pretty good baseball down the stretch, and we should have that knocked out in the next week or so. But we are scoreboard watching. And the good news is 2 of the teams that are trying to catch us are playing each other tonight in Tampa Bay and Baltimore. So we'll keep an eye on that series for you. Tampa Bay, Baltimore, and the Dodgers. Those are pretty much the teams that we are looking at. And Atlanta Braves are going to be wearing their home grays with the Atlanta across the chest in red. We'll be wearing our navy caps with the white A. And the Miami Marlins are wearing their home whites, their throwback whites, the old Florida Marlin jerseys. As Johnny Cueto throws his last warm-up pitches, let's do this.
Get this bus moving.
Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening to everybody. Let's go ahead and get some roll call going here. We got in the chat here tonight. We got A.Y., Willis, Edward, Keith, Director, Robert, Rebel, Goat. We saw Sean in here earlier. Good evening to everybody. If we missed you, jump into the hello, Edward. We'll just jump into the chat and we'll say hello to you as we do every first inning of the games. And Johnny Cueto throwing his last warm-up pitches as we're getting set here for Braves Country Baseball. Hope y'all are having a good Friday night here in September. Just a few weeks away for these games to get ramped up just a bit more. Just over 2 weeks left in Major League Baseball season. 2 weeks from Sunday will be the final bell. And then the playoffs will start the following week. Braves most likely will start their playoff push Saturday, October 7th. We won't know that for sure until we get closer, but that's what it plays out right now. And as he fires up the last few warm-up pitches, Johnny Cueto sweeps the dirt away off the mound. And it is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way, 86-mile-an-hour changeup drifts in for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Acuna, righty-righty matchup, swung on, and that ball is rifled into right field, down for a base hit. 1 on, nobody out, and here come the Atlanta Braves. Good piece of hitting by Acuna. They were shading him to pull. He just sent it the other way. So 1 on, nobody out. Righty-lefty matchup with Ozzie Albies at the plate. First pitch, swing and a miss up top. It's 0-1. Acuna leaning towards second. The 0-1 pitch swung on and lifted high into left field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. And the Braves got runners on first and second. Nobody out. Seeing eye single just kind of drifted down the line and found its way into fair territory in front of the left fielder. De La Cruz, good effort to get it, but they were playing Ozzie to pull, so he really had no chance. Ball almost kicked away from him. If he kicks away, it's probably a run. So runners on first and second, nobody out, and the rake, Austin Riley, coming to the plate. Austin Riley, righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way to Riley's down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. The 1-0 pitch. Inside, ball 2, 2-0. So a 2-0 count to Riley. Good evening to Ellie. See if I've missed anybody else. It's always a busy time when the game first starts, getting my ducks in a row. The 2-0 pitch, taken all the way 92 miles an hour at the knees on the outer edge. 2-1. Got to figure Riley was probably looking for something to pull there, so he spit on the 2-0. The 2-1 to Riley. Swing and a miss. Drifts away from him. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Riley. They have it labeled as a changeup, but it really had more movement like a slider. The 2-2. Pitch on the way. Down and away. Good take by Riley. Tried to get him to go for that same pitch. Ball 3, 3-2. So a full count to Riley. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. Speed on the base paths. Riley digs in. The full count offering. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 92 up top. Couldn't quite catch up. Must have been sitting on the breaking pitch. And there's one away. So a big out, number 1 by Johnny Cueto. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson, his next home run, as he is well aware of and we are well aware of, will be number 52, a franchise record. A franchise that had great home run hitters like Hank Aaron. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson, swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Eddie Matthews, Chipper Jones, the home run champion of the Braves organization, Andrew Jones at 51. The 0-1. Cueto comes set, turns around, chases Acuna back to second base. Didn't throw it over there, but that will be considered a move. So the 0-1 to Olson. Cueto comes set, swung on, and a tapper back to the mound. He's going to try to pull off the 1-6-3 double play. Olson busting it down the line, kept it alive, so he will be safe, but they will get the fielder's choice at second base. Good defensive play by Cueto. Instead of taking the easy out at first, he tried to turn 2. Kind of hoping he would sail that into center field, but a good throw by Cueto. No real chance to get Olson. That was a slow developing play. So that'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Of course, Marcell Ozuna really snapped out of his funk way back when we came to Miami. I almost took him to click, but I thought that was too low-hanging fruit. Runners on the corners, 2 out, swung on the first pitch, and that's going to be an easy 6-4 put out to end the inning. So the Braves threaten but fail to score. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing here in Miami. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Popped up. Sandoval in foul territory. Giants win. A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside corner. The Royals, 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs win the World Series. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Jose Bautista was one of the most electrifying players of all time and has possibly the best bat flip of all time. In 2004, Bautista was struggling at the plate and was subsequently moved around a lot. He started the year with the Orioles, but was traded to the Rays, the Royals, the Mets, and lastly, the Pirates. This made Bautista the first player in baseball history to be on 5 different teams in one season.
John McGraw may have championed the old brawling brand of baseball, but his greatest star was Christy Mathewson, a pitcher with a record for clean play so spotless that his wife once felt she had to defend him by saying that while he was a good man, he was no goody-goody.
Christy Mathewson was so virtuous, he would not give interviews to sports writers who he heard cheated on their wives.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Bryce Elder on the mound. He fires the first pitch in there, first strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and tapped foul off the plate. It's 0-2. Bryce Elder and the Atlanta Braves. You know, this is pretty much a continuing attempt for Elder to make that postseason roster. I think right now he'd be the leader in the clubhouse, but if Kyle Wright comes on, they may go with him. The 0-2 pitch from Elder swung on and tapped foul down the first base line again. We'll do it again. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Good take by Arias. 1-2. Good evening to Mary and Robert and Lord Fry, Jose, Chris, Sean. I think we've gotten everybody. If we haven't, just jump back in the chat. Carrie, good evening, Carrie. The 1-2 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled down into the right field corner and gone. Solo shot, and Arias makes it 1-0. So a 1-0 lead for the Marlins. Arias, not a home run hitter, but he hits his 8th home run of the year. Early up on top, Marlins wearing their old Florida Marlin uniforms lead it 1-0. Really don't know why they ever changed their uniforms. Their old Florida Marlin uniforms look so much better than the terrible ones they wear nowadays. So back to work goes Elder, and the first pitch on the way to Josh Bell is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch up top misses. 2-0. You got a 2-0 count. Swung on, fouled down the line. It's 2-1. He went fastball, fastball, fastball. First two missing. The third one getting just inside his kitchen. The 2-1 pitch, change up. Looked like it hit the top of the zone, but home plate umpire Charlie Ramos says no dice, and it's 3-1. The 3-1 pitch swung on, popped up, foul back out of play. Full count now to Josh Bell. the ex-National, the ex-Pirate. Seen him a little bit of everywhere. 242 average with 20 home runs. 65 RPI. 733 OPS. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Blew it right by him. Four-seam fastball right down Main Street, and there's one away. So Elder gets back under control after giving up the leadoff home run. And there's one down here in the bottom of the first. Good evening, Kevin. There was a question here. The first pitch on the way to Burgers down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. So, Mary, the reason why when you're asking about the handicap, what it means, the 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, it's 1-1. It depends on who the away team is. And the away team, who the favorite is. It has nothing to do with is the 1-1 pitch down and away. It's 2-1. Has nothing to do with your home or away. The 1.5 run handicap, that's the standard for baseball. Typically, one team is the 2-1 pitch on the way, swing and a miss. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. I'll have to pull up an example of a game that hasn't started to be able to. So, for instance, you got a 2-2 count to Burger, one down. Righty-righty matchup, 2-2 pitch on the way, slider down and away, 3-2. So a full count to Jake Burger. He had a couple of home runs against us last time we saw him. So I'm going to take a game tonight for an example. As the 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is rifled into left field. It is up against the wall, almost goes out, hits the top of that very short wall here in Lone Depot Park, and it's a one-out double for Jake Burger. Another hanging slider that really thought that thing was going. They have such short porches here. It's not so much the distance, it's the fact that they don't have much of a wall, which should and normally does play into the Braves' hands. 25th double of the year for Jake Burger. I'll explain the run line, money line here in a second. Jazz Chisholm stands in. First pitch on the way. Misses up top. It's 1-0. Jazz Chisholm, righty-lefty matchup. 251 hitter with 16 home runs. 40 RBI, 745 OPS. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-1. So, for instance, tonight, if you look at the Los Angeles Dodgers at the Seattle Mariners, the Mariners are the home team, but they are a slight underdog at minus 108, which means you have to bet $108 to win $100. If you take the Dodgers as the 1-1 pitch, swung on and miss, it's 1-2. Take the Dodgers, you have to bet $112 to win $100. As the line stands right now, if you take the Dodgers minus 1.5, meaning not the money line, to win by 2 runs or more, it's plus 155. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Elder has given up a home run, struck him out. Given up a double, struck him out. Now we just got to hope he doesn't give up another base hit when we get out of this inning. So if you bet $100 and take the Dodgers to win by 2 runs or more on the minus 1.5 run line, you would win $155. Conversely, if you took the Mariners on the run line as the first pitch on the way is to Ozzie Albies. Ozzie Albies cannot get it. It's off his glove, and Burger's going to come around and score. If Ozzie Albies was of normal height, we would have had an out, but instead it just goes off his glove. It's 2-0 Miami. Jake Burger, even as slow as he runs, was able to get to the ball. And honestly, if he lets the ball go, you probably have a better chance of getting them because it would have gotten to Harris quicker, although Harris is playing extremely deep, as the Braves outfield tends to do nowadays. So Berger probably would have scored anyways. It was a leaping attempt by Ozzie Albies and just went off the top of his glove, much like it did the other night. So that's the run line. If you take the Mariners plus 1.5, you have to bet $180 to win 100. It's very similar to the football lines as the first pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Hope that cleared it up for you. The 0-1 pitch, righty-lefty matchup, on the way in the dirt, 1-1. On the play, the ball gets away, a terrible throw by Travis d'Arnaud. Runner goes to second. The ball goes flying into center field, nowhere near the glove. But backing it up was Michael Harris' second. So you got a runner at second, 1 out. My God, was that a bad throw. Braves are playing like a team that may have partaken in a few cervezas the other night, and they look a little off their game. So Braves trail 2-0, bottom of the first, still a long way to go. 2 outs, the 1-1 to Sanchez. Pitch on the way, swung on. That ball's laced into center field. That'll get down for a base hit. That'll clear the bases. And Miami leads it 3-0. On the play, Sanchez goes all the way around for a triple. And Miami all over Elder early on. That was actually a pretty well-timed hit. That one was not a very bad pitch that was thrown. A couple of he's thrown have gotten way too much of the plate, but that one was actually a decent pitch. So once again, there's 2 outs, and once again, Elder, who's struggling, hears it from Kranitz, who's going out there to talk to him. This is why I feel like Elder's going to spit the bit, not be on the playoff roster. I do feel like Kyle Wright's eventually going to right the ship, and he'll be on that roster before it's all said and done. He also gives you a guy that has much more swing and miss stuff. Elder's a guy that's a pitch to contact guy, and that can usually get you in trouble in the playoffs. So 2 down, and the Braves have given up 3 runs to a very meager offense in Miami. Runner on third, 2 outs. The first pitch on the way, a little bit off the plate, but given benefit of the doubt for the strike, it's on 1. Xavier Edwards batting .288, 3 RBI, a .635 OPS. Miami 3, Atlanta 0. Bottom of the first, the 0-1 pitch. Down and in, 1-1. The 1-1 Elder didn't like the ball. He's going to flip it back to home plate umpire Charlie Ramos to get a new one. The 1-1 pitch. Down and away, 2-1. Xavier Edwards from the left side of the plate. Righty-lefty matchup, pitch on the way, swung on, hit high into left field, coming underneath it, making the catch is Eddie, and that'll end the inning. But not before Bryce Elder coughs up 3 runs. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Hi, I'm your biological dad.
Hi.
My name's Rob.
Well, that's ironic.
Why is that?
Because it's kind of like what you did in my childhood.
Armchair.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides, up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
In order to save us all some time, I will call all the males Daves and all the females Debbies.
Debbie's actually my name.
Then, out of fairness to the others, you will be Slagathor.
Kelly and other carousing Chicago players were widely blamed for losing the championship to St. Louis in 1886. That winter, an exasperated Spaulding sold Kelly to Boston for the unheard-of sum of $10,000. Chicago fans were devastated. But Boston fans were so delighted, they presented their new star with a house and a carriage drawn by 2 white horses in which to ride to the ballpark.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail this one 3-0, but a long way to go. Eddie Rosario will lead this one off. Eddie Rosario stands in, righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way, off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Eddie Rosario does not have his name on the back of his jersey. As the 1-0 pitch, down and away, 1-1. You almost wonder if, for some strange reason, it's the 1-1 pitch on the way. Right there for a strike, it's 1-2. Was the equipment guy a part of the celebration the other night? He forget to pack his jersey? Oh, I think I know what this is now. The 1-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-2. I think this might be the Roberto Clemente game, just like Jackie Robinson. I remember they have one in September, and I noticed there's a 21 on the Marlins jersey now. The 2-2 pitch swung on and popped up out of play. It's 2-2. So that's pretty cool. I was wondering, makes a lot of sense too with Eddie being from Puerto Rico. I was wondering why he did not have a name on his jersey, but now it makes sense. Now they're showing it everywhere on the Miami broadcast and everything else. So this is the Roberto Clemente game. The 2-2 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. We'll do it again. So a 2-2 count to Eddie. Good long at bat by Eddie here. Righty-lefty matchup, pitch on the way, swung on, sliced into left field, but right into the glove. Brian De La Cruz, and there's one away. So one down. One down. Travis d'Arnaud will be due up. d'Arnaud, righty-righty matchup, pitch on the way, 94 miles high and inside. It's 1-0. You got some college football going on tonight. You got some Major League Baseball going on tonight. We'll keep you abreast of the scores. The 1-0 pitch, inside ball 2-0. Really is a baseball weekend. If you look at the slate and on the football landscape, it is not a great one. The 2-0 from Cueto lets it fly. Right down the pipe, taken all the way. 86-mile-an-hour slider. It's 2-1. Love to see Travis get his bat going before the postseason, batting .229, 11 home runs, 38 RBI. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high. Not very deep. Soft can of corn into left field. Taking forever to come down. It finally does, and De La Cruz making easy out number 2. So 2 down, Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. First pitch on the way. Drifts inside for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Double clutches, lets it fly. It's 0-2. Yeah, it's a bad slate for college football tomorrow for sure. The 0-2 pitch. Righty-righty matchup. Cueto lets it go high and inside 1-2. It's bad when that Tennessee-Florida game is probably the biggest game of the weekend. Yeah, one team not even ranked. The 1-2. Cueto comes set. Pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball is rifled foul down the left field line. Just foul. No, Bama has a nobody. Just like Georgia. Georgia's got like 9 bye weeks. I know there's been a lot of complaints about all the larger conferences becoming into 2 or 3 main ones, but I'm all for it because you get rid of all these cupcakes that Georgia and Alabama play every week. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Orlando Arcia down on strikes. The Braves go quietly. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
On the subject of this service, what is your opinion of war protesters, and would you today refuse to be drafted?
Honey, I just seem to keep my own personal views about that to myself because I'm just an entertainer and I really not say.
Do you think other entertainers should keep their views to themselves too?
No, I can't even say that.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Clayton Kershaw is without a doubt a Hall of Famer. In Kershaw's family, he had a great uncle named Clyde Tombaugh. He was an astronomer who, over 100 years ago, discovered the planet Pluto. For those who don't know, eye black is a black adhesive that is used by players to limit glare from the sun. But did you know that none other than Babe Ruth allegedly invented it? Around the 1930s, Ruth was getting distracted by the sun, so he put some black grease under his eyes, and the rest is history.
John Joseph McGraw, player-manager of the contentious Baltimore Orioles, had been one of the first National Leaguers to jump to the American League in 1901. But he had not liked it there. He could not bear to have anyone tell him how to play the game. When McGraw refused to stop the constant abuse of umpires, for which he was infamous, Johnson suspended him. McGraw never forgave Johnson. He returned to the National League as manager of the New York Giants, a job he would hold for 31 years, leading his team to 10 pennants and ending in the first division 28 times. No one made a move on the field without his consent. McGraw was said once to have fined a player for hitting a home run that drove in 2 runs because he had ordered him to bunt. The main idea, John McGraw said, is to win. When McGraw won the National League pennant in 1904, he took an especially sweet revenge on Ban Johnson. Rather than have anything to do with the league that had suspended him, he simply refused to play the Boston Pilgrims for the championship. There was no World Series in 1904.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail 3-0. The number 8 hitter Stallings coming to the plate. It's definitely a much better NFL weekend, but even the NFL at this point, you got to wait till week 3 or 4 before that even becomes relevant nowadays. A little bit of a delay. Elder comes set. Here we go. Bottom of the second inning. Elder's going to try to clean up what he started. First pitch on the way. Off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Bryce Elder's now thrown 30 pitches here. The 1-0. Rocks and fires. High and out of the zone. 2-0. Righty-righty matchup. The 2-0 from Elder. Swung on. Hit high. But well out of play. 2-1. You had a 2-1 count. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Inside. Almost gets him. It's 3-1. So Elder starting off poorly here in the second as well. He's got a 3-1 count to the number 8 hitter who's batting 197. The 3-1 pitch swung on, lifted into left center field. That's going to get up against the wall. That's going to be extra bases. Stallings stops at second. It's a leadoff double for the number 8 hitter of the Miami Marlins. So a leadoff double to start the second. Elder try to work around this. You got Wendell coming to the plate and Arias on deck. Yeah, we've also got something planned for tomorrow. If you missed the pregame show, us talking about it, is the first pitch on the way. Swung on, rifled down the line, foul. It's 0-1. They really are hammering all of his pitches, even the ones that go foul. We're going to open up the phone lines. We got the phone line situation figured out. If you were with us on the post-game show the other night, we're going to open up the phone lines tomorrow morning for the college football kickoff show. And depending on what time the Braves Marlins ends tomorrow, we're probably going to try to open them up then and up until the kickoff of the Tennessee-Florida game. The 0-1 pitch swung on, popped up, can of corn, high in the sky, one away. Just something we're trying to experiment with, see if everyone, folks are going to get some enjoyment out of it, calling in, sounding off about whatever you want to talk about. Obviously, tomorrow mornings will be more college football, but we'll take Braves calls. And tomorrow afternoon, we're going to try it out for the first time, assuming the Braves game ends before 7 o'clock. The first pitch on the way to Arias is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Luis Arias, a solo shot, his first time up. Braves play at 4 o'clock tomorrow. The 1-0 pitch. Down and away in the dirt. Blocked by Darnode. Stallings doesn't run well. So he stays at second. (2-0) count to Arias. Runner at second, 1 out. Braves trail by 3. Bottom of the second inning. The 2-0 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to second. Ozzy's got it. Flips it to Olsen. And it's a 4-3 put out, 2 away. So they move Stallings down to third base, 90 feet away, but there are 2 outs. Braves will gladly trade that out for the base. But now you got Josh Bell coming to the plate, a dangerous hitter. Bell hitting .242, 20 home runs, 65 RBI. Doesn't run well, so anything in the infield, they would have a shot to get him. First pitch on the way, inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Elder comes set. Now at 41 pitches. 2 outs. The pitch on the way. In the dirt, nowhere near the zone. Good block by Darnold as it went into the dirt. So a 2-1 count. Righty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's 2-2. Who do you got Tennessee for? We make all those predictions on the Saturday kickoff show, but I do think it's going to be a really good game. Try not to tip my hand, but it should be a really good game. The 2-2. Elder comes set, lets her fly. Swung on, just got a piece of that. And catcher's interference. Travis Darnold stuck his mitt out there, and it got tapped by the bat. And Bell will head down to first. So taking a look at the replay. Man, did it? It really didn't look like he hit but I don't see a big protest by Travis. So runner on first and second, first and third, pitch on the way. Berger roasts another pitch off of Elder into left field. An RBI single, runners on first and second now, and it's 4-0. Jake Berger, they really should have made a move to get this guy. He has absolutely owned Braves pitching. He got him from the Chicago White Sox. And Bryce Elder's getting absolutely pounded out there. So runners on first and second, 2 outs. Pitch on the way to Chisholm. Off the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Jazz Chisholm, 0 for 1. The 0-1 pitch. Elder lets it fly. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. The 0-2 from Elder. He comes set. Pitch on the way. Off the plate wide. 1-2. Refresh this. I guess not sure what is going on here. As the 1-2 pitch. Looks like might have changed scoreboards here a second. The 1-2 pitch down and away. 2-2. Here we go. Looks like they finally straightened something out here. You got a 2-2 count. Miami 4, Atlanta nothing. Bottom of the second, 2-2 count. Deuces wild, 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 pitch. Time is called. Jazz Chisholm needing a second to reset. Slow moving beginning to the game. Bryce Elder really laboring out there. The 2-2 pitch. Lets it go. Caught looking, strike 3. But out before Elder coughs up another run, Braves trail by 4. Harris in the top of the order coming to the plate.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country. when God wasn't looking.
Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. How did Mariano Rivera accidentally save the life of one of his teammates? In the 2001 World Series, the Yankees had a one-run lead against the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the ninth. But in Mariano's second inning of relief, he gave up an RBI double to Tony Womack and a walk-off single to Luis Gonzalez. The planned victory parade in New York was canceled, which meant a change of plans for infielder Enrique Wilson. He was scheduled to leave for his home country of the Dominican Republic 8 days after the World Series, but because the Yankees lost, he moved up his flight a few days. His original plane was American Airlines Flight 587, which ended up crashing and causing the deaths of 265 people. The next year, Rivera talked to Wilson in spring training and told him, "I am glad we lost the World Series because it means that I still have a friend."
My mother always said that she loved to go to church, but not to hear the preacher. She could read her Bible at home, but she could only be in church. And baseball has some of that same sense of peace that has nothing to do with ideology, but simply with ritual, familiarity, small truths, sort of lessons of the day that we're familiar with before, but may get a little more light on them that day.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail 4-0. The first pitch on the way to Michael Harris II, swung on, hit high in the sky, and it is over the wall. Michael Harris II sends that one into orbit, and the Atlanta Braves make it 4-1. Such a confusing outfield wall to read. When it first went over the wall, I thought it was actually rattling up against the fence, but it was rattling up against the cage behind the fence. So, one in, let's get him. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. Right inside for a ball. It's 1-0. I've been to that stadium. I'm telling you, not only is it a dump, but it is a strange stadium to go to. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-1. It's in the middle of just terribleness. The stadium itself, and then you go in and it's got a weird like nightclub behind left field. As the 1-1 pitch swung on, fouled back out of play, it's 1-2. And you would think that would like make this like an upbeat vibe when you go in the stadium. No, it's extremely quiet and depressing. Strange place to watch a baseball game. The 1-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-2. So a 2-2 count from Cueto. Remember, he's got a 6. He had an ERA north of 6 coming into tonight. The 2-2 pitch, inside, ball 3. Second time through the order, you got a full count to Acuna. Cueto comes set. Only at 35 pitches. Here's the 3-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, lifted high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? It bends plenty foul. It's 3-2. They built the stadium really close to where the old Miami Orange Bowl was. If you remember, they tore down the Orange Bowl because it was in a dump. The 3-2 pitch swung on and foul tipped off the plate. We'll do it again at 3-2. It really made zero sense. So 15 years before that, they tore down the they tore down the Orange Bowl as a 3-2 pitch, check swing foul. We'll do it again. We'll say they tore down the Orange Bowl 2007, somewhere in that neighborhood. So they build this stadium about 7-8 years later almost in the exact same spot. So the Dolphins move out because they're like, we can't sell tickets. And the Marlins said, what? We'll go right in there. That sounds like a good idea. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's rifled over to the right-hand side. That's going to get down for a base hit. Ronald Acuna Jr. gets things going after the Michael Harris home run. 1 on, nobody out, and here come your Atlanta Braves. Not a hard hit ball, hit about 75 miles an hour off the bat. They were just able to roll past the shift on the defense. Once again, hitting it against the defensive shift. Second baseman Xavier Edwards could not get to it, though he did make a great dive. College football so far, Army's beating UTSA 7-0 in the first, and Virginia has an early lead on as they throw it over to first base to keep Acuna close by. He's under the tag. Virginia's got an early lead on Maryland, about to be 14-0. We'll hit the Major League Baseball scoreboard in a second. Did want to hit the wild card. It is a hot mess in the National League to try to decipher. Righty-lefty matchup inside Ozzy Albies. It's 1-0. Real quick on the American League, because that one's much easier to dissect. Tampa Bay has a commanding 9-game lead on for the number one seed or the top wild card, in the American League. They're 1 game behind Baltimore, and they're in the middle of as they flip it over to first to keep Acuna close by. So they've gone over to first twice. Acuna could be on the move. Tampa Bay is in the middle of a 4-game series with the Baltimore Orioles. They trail Baltimore by 1 game in the division. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-1. Those two are also fighting to see who's going to have the best record in the American League. They have the best record by a long shot, 9-game lead over Texas and Houston. The rest of the American League wild card looks like this. The 2 other wild card slots right now is Seattle and Texas. The 1-1 pitch swung on, fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. Acuna started to go and then bluffed and went back. So Texas and Seattle are fighting it out. They have a 1.5 lead over Toronto, and that's about it. You can kiss Boston and New York goodbye unless they really get hot. In that mix is the West standings. The 1-2 pitch to Ozzy swung on, tapped off the mound, tapped off the plate foul. It's 1-2. With all that I just mentioned with Texas and Seattle, Houston is leading the West, but it's only a half game in front of Texas and a 1.5 games in front of Seattle. So they're going essentially 4 wide down the stretch with Toronto and the 3 teams in the West. The National League, if you think that's confusing, listen to this. The 1-2 pitch swung on. That ball is hit hard. It's an atom ball to Arias. And it was a 1 sharp 1 hopper. He steps on first. Acuna was going. And thankfully that ball hit the ground, because if it hadn't, would have been a double play. But instead, Acuna taking off. If you're scoring at home, G3 in your scorecard, Acuna down to second, 1 out. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley. Down and away for a ball. Changeup misses. It's 1-0. Austin Riley struck out his first time up. They went up top with a fastball with 2 strikes on him. Keep that in mind after they went soft to start him off. The 1-0 to Riley. Righty-righty matchup from Cueto. Kicks and deals. Swing, and that ball is dribbled into right field. It's a slow roller. Here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. They're going to bring him home, and he is safe. Your Atlanta Braves have cut the lead in half. It's 4-2. Shoemaker wants to take a look at it, but I don't think they'll challenge that. It looked like that Acuna. Oh yeah, he beat that by a mile. Pretty good throw by the right fielder Sanchez. So here's the National League, and they will not challenge it. Here's the National League wild card, and I hope you get your pen and paper ready because here we go. Philadelphia has the top wild card spot, the number 4 seed. They're a game and a half in front of the Chicago Cubs, as they're going to have a powwow on the mound with Cueto. Stottlemyre, the pitching coach for the Marlins, is coming out to talk. So Philly has a game and a half lead on the Chicago Cubs. And what's significant about that is the 4 seed will host the 5 seed in the first round. After that, coming into today, listen to this. You've got a 3-way tie with San Francisco, Cincinnati, and Arizona. Miami is just a half game behind all 3 of those teams. Tonight, not only is Miami in action here with the Braves, but the Cubs and the Diamondbacks start a 3-game series out in the desert. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is looked to be off the plate, but they call it a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Matty. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Changeup misses. It's 1-1. The 1-1 comes set and lets it go. Top of the zone. He called that a ball, 2-1. So the first one looked like a ball, was called a strike, and that one just got evened up because that definitely looked like a strike and called a ball. So a 2-1 count. Righty-lefty matchup, pitch on the way, swing and a miss. It's 2-2. 92 miles an hour up top. Miami 4, Braves 2. Tying run standing at home plate in the form of Matt Olson, who stands in with 51 home runs on the year. Cueto looks over his shoulder at first base to Riley. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and lifted into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Austin Riley takes a wide turn, but he slams on the brakes. Braves got runners on first and second, 1 out. Good hard hit ball by Olson. Tried to go 4-seam up top out of the zone. And Olson stood up and slapped it into left field. So 2 on, 1 out. Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate. Righty-righty matchup. A little bit of a delay here. Stallings goes out there to talk to Cueto. Johnny Cueto at 51 pitches. The first pitch on the way to Ozuna, comes in and hits him. Hits him on the arm. I think it got him right on that number 20 on his arm pad, so he appears to be okay. But now, way to take one for the team, Marcell. Tried to get out of the way, but that ball just sailed in and hit him on the elbow, just above the elbow on the arm pad. We got bases loaded, 1 out. And here comes Eddie Rosario. Eddie Rosario, 354 lifetime with 5 grand slams with the bases loaded. Not too shabby. His 100th at bat with the bases loaded. First pitch, swing and a miss, strike. It's 0-1. Braves trail 4-2, but bases are loaded. 1 out. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, come back to the mound. Cueto's got it. Flips it over to home plate. It'll be a force out there. Eddie is safe at first on the relay. So it's a 1-2 put out. Stallings 2-3. Eddie beats out the throw, excuse me. Good play by Cueto. It was a comebacker. He quickly got it in. Riley was busting it down the line, but no real chance to get Eddie Rosario. So bases loaded, 2 outs. That'll bring Travis d'Arnaud. Man, does he do. First pitch on the way to Travis, swing and a miss, whiffing at the 92 up top. It's 0-1. Travis d'Arnaud 0 for 1 with a fly out in the second. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away, 1-1. Wouldn't mind see one of them changeups drift in and plunk d'Arnaud here to put a run in. You got a 1-1 count to Travis. Bases loaded. Standing on deck is Orlando Arcia. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, pops it up, can of corn. Weak hit ball just past the catcher. And Stallings will make the play, and there's the final out of the inning. Braves put 2 on the board, but can't cash in with the bases loaded. We'll be back in a flash.
I'm Sagittarius, which probably tells you way more than you need to know.
Yes, it tells us that you participate in the mass cultural delusion that the sun's apparent position relative to arbitrarily defined constellations at the time of your birth somehow affects your personality.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding, the sporting goods king, could look back on a long career in baseball. First as a superb pitcher, then as a ruthless club owner, finally as the man who had made the game big business. But he still had one more service to perform. He was determined to prove that baseball was an exclusively American invention, the brainchild of some ingenious American lad. He appointed a commission to prove it, but 2 years of research turned up almost nothing. Then, in 1905, a letter arrived from a frail old man who claimed that General Abner Doubleday had invented baseball as a boy in Cooperstown, New York, one afternoon in 1839. It wasn't true. But it was just what Spaulding had been looking. It proved, he said, that baseball truly was the national game. Played by Americans, watched by Americans, now invented by an American.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Trail 4-2. Once trailed 4-0. Cut that lead in half as we head to the bottom of the third. Bryce Elder will go back to work. First pitch on the way from Bryce. Right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. De La Cruz, Sanchez, and Edwards, the 5, 6, 7 batters, due up in this inning. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to Riley. Riley's got it. Charging hard. Flips it over to first. And it's a 5-3 put out for out number 1. One down. Go ahead and hit the out-of-town scoreboard real quick. Pirates over the Yankees 2-1 in the third. Rays and Orioles scoreless in the third. Red Sox and Blue Jays, they are scoreless in the third, as are the Mets and Reds. Elder goes back to work to Sanchez. First pitch on the way, up top for a ball. It's 1-0. Guardians lead the Rangers 2-0 in the second. Twins and White Sox scoreless in the first. The 1-0 pitch. Inside, almost gets him. It's 2-0. All your other games are starting later on tonight. A lot of Midwest and West Coast games on tonight's slate. The 2-0 from Elder. Kicks and fires right there. Change up for a strike. It's 2-1. One pitch, swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one off the edge. It's 2-2. It's a righty-lefty matchup. Elder versus Sanchez. Bryce Elder comes set. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Got him with the changeup on the outer edge. Sanchez couldn't time it up, and there's two away. Xavier Edwards now come to the plate. Elder could really use a quick inning here. 58 pitches through 2 2/3. First pitch on the way to Xavier. Down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on, grounded over to the right side, making a diving attempt is Ozzy Albies, but it pops out of his glove when he tries to transfer it to his hand, and Edwards will be safe. Looks like they're going to give that an error. I could have seen that either way. Diving attempt. You can make the argument either way, but any way you look at it. Runner on first, 2 outs. Pitch on the way to Stallings. He tries to drop a bunt down for some reason. Fouls it away. It's 0-1. Don't know what Stallings doesn't run very well. He's a catcher and runs slow for a catcher, so I don't know what his theory was there, but we'll take a free out if he wants to give us one. 2 outs. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-2. It's Bryce Elder, 1 strike away from getting out of the jam. Due up in the next inning, Atlanta Braves will turn the order over again with Arcia, Harris, and Acuna due up. The 0-2 pitch. Lets it go. Did he go around? 92 off the edge. Did not. 1-2. One, 2 count to Stallings. He's 1 for 1 with the double back in the second inning. Hanging changeup that he laced into the corner. Elder turns around and flips it over to first. Comparable to today's action, Elder working particularly slow tonight. The 1-2 count. Lets it go. Right there at the knees on the strike zone. Don't know what Charlie Ramos is watching. He's missing a heck of a ball game. Calls it for a ball. It's 2-2. That pitch hit the zone, no doubt. So a 2-2 count. Elder comes set, lets it go. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning. Marlins put one on, but can't get them across. We'll be back in a flash. 8, 9, and 1 batters due up for Hotlanta.
Well, you know I love my family. It's just sometimes I want to get in the car and run them all over.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. You might know MC Hammer as the rapper who made You Can't Touch This. As a teenager, he was a bat boy for the Oakland Athletics, and Reggie Jackson gave him the nickname Hammer. Jackson thought MC Hammer looked like Hank Aaron, whose nickname was Hammer and Hank. The Yankees currently have a no beards policy, but the Cincinnati Reds actually had a similar policy for around 30 years. In the late 1960s, general manager Bob Howsam enforced a no facial hair policy in order to give the Reds a presentable look. But the policy ended in 1999 when the Reds traded for Greg Vaughn.
It's the 21st century, and there are just so many fun and exciting ways to lose your money. So many ways to make your life even more interesting with crippling financial burdens. Why not one more way? New in Canada, it's Solitaire, MMORPG. Play with yourself, online. See other people playing with themselves, online. Poverty Poker Online, now offering Solitaire. A new way to lose all your money, even your home, from the comfort of your own home.
He was born on a Georgia farm in 1886 and named Tyrus after the ancient city of Tyre that stubbornly refused to surrender to Alexander the Great. His father was distant, demanding, and nothing young Tyrus could do ever seemed to satisfy him. The tense, skinny boy took out his anger on the diamond. He left home at 17 to play in the minors in Alabama and Tennessee. His father warned him, "Don't come home a failure." That admonition, Cobb recalled, put more determination in me than he ever knew. My overwhelming need was to prove myself as a man.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Looks like Brian De La Cruz is coming out of the game limping a bit going down the first base line, his last at bat. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arce is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Arce coming out of his shoes on that one. It's 1-1. Hampson will come in for De La Cruz in left field. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is laced down the left field line. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Orlando Arce. He's rounding first. He's heading to second. And your Atlanta Braves have a leadoff double, 104 miles an hour off the bat of Arce as he scalds it into the left field corner. Good piece of hitting by Orlando. That'll bring Michael Harris to second to the plate. His first time up, he went yard. First pitch on the way to Michael's high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. Cueto comes set. Lets her fly. Steps off the mound for a second. Now he comes set and lets her fly. Inside 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Runner on second, nobody out. Michael Harris awaits the 2-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball is grounded over to second. It's going to be a 4-3 putout, but on the play, Orlando will head down to third. So 90 feet away from making this a one-run game. So a productive out by Harris, and that'll bring Acuna to the plate. Ronald Acuna Jr. is 2 for 2. 2 singles, 2 right field against the shift in the infield. See if they play him differently here. As Acuna making that case for the MVP. Did y'all see the terrible Bill Plaschke column? I think it was this morning or the day before, stating that the MVP race is over as the first pitch on the way, swung on, hit high and deep down the right field line into the corner, making the catch. But that's going to be an RBI, and the Braves will score. It's 4-3. Ronald Acuna Jr. gave that thing a ride. I think in some circumstances, guys would let that ball hit the ground so they didn't. Let's see, was that going to be fair? Oh, yeah, it just would have been fair. His momentum took it into foul territory, but it would have been fair. I was about to say that in some instances you would let that drop if it was going to be foul, but with Acuna at the plate, you're ready to get the out. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Ozzie well over the top of that one, 1-1. But Bill Plaschke of the LA Times making a column saying that the NL MVP is over with as the 1-1 pitch swung on, fouled straight back, 1-2. And he contends that Mookie Betts has already sewn up the MVP, which is just an absurd. I mean, as if that guy's not a big enough clown as it is, he goes and makes a column like that. The 1-2 count to Albies. Cueto comes set. Pitch on the way. Swing, fouls it straight back. Do it again. Cueto with that hesitation delivery does that from time to time to throw off the batters. Started that a few years back. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, 2-2. He can't really do it as much when there's runners on the base paths, especially nowadays with the shorter distances. So it really handicaps him when he has runners on the bags. The 2-2. Quick pitch, swung on, grounded over to second. Easy 4-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. But up for your Atlanta Braves. Bring it the game within one. It's 4-3. We head to the bottom of 4.
Hi, my name's Mike, and if you're sitting there watching this tape smoking your cigarette, well, hit the fast forward button, because I don't smoke and I don't like people who do smoke.
I'm not afraid to get sand on my tuxedo if you're not afraid to let the wind mess your hair up a little bit when I take the top down. I'm an executive by day and a wild man by night.
And I do consider myself a refined valley dude.
Armchair.
First inning, I called him Jackie. So let me give you a little context of that. 2019, he came out with an interview and said that he was the new Jackie Robinson of baseball. He's going to bring back fun for the game, right? And 2019, when I played for Atlanta, we actually joked about that on the game. I don't know what's changed from, and I've said it to him in years past. Not in any manner, they're just joking around for the fact that he called himself Jackie Robinson.
Cincinnati took the fourth game 2-0 behind the superb pitching of Jimmy Ray. Eddie Cicotti had pitched well for the Sox, but once again, he made several devastating errors in the field.
There is no alibi for Cicotti. He pitched a great game, a determined game, and one that would have won 9 times out of 10. But he brought the defeat crashing down upon his own head by trying to do all the defensive work. He made the wild throw that gave the Reds their opening, the only real one they had. And he followed that up by grabbing a ball thrown from the outfield and deflecting it past the catcher. A high fly to left, blown by the wind over the head of Jackson, who was playing close in, followed, and Chicago was beaten.
3 White Sox, Felsch, Gandil, and Shoeless Joe, all of them conspirators, had managed hits that afternoon. Only at bat did Jackson evidently forget the script. He would bat .375 in the series.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail this one just 4-3 now. Bryce Elder will try to go back to work and keep it where it's at. The first pitch on the way to Wendell, the number 9 hitter, misses away for a ball. It's 1-0. Yeah, back to that Pulaski article, he was pointing at RBI and he was pointing at WAR, but ignoring all the other factors. The 1-0 pitch swung on, banged off the plate, foul. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Elder. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Chase the changeup down and away. So a 1-2 count from Elder. Elder comes set, lets it go. Swung on, and that ball's going to get dumped into center field, down for a base hit. And it's a leadoff single for the Marlins. Miami Marlins wearing their Florida Marlins jerseys tonight. Florida Marlins ball caps and batting helmets. One on, nobody out. Luis Arias comes to the plate. He's 1 for 2 with a home run. First pitch on the way. Right there for a strike. He shows bunt, pulls it back. It's 0-1. Standing on deck is Josh Bell. They keep it going, Berger. The 0-1 from Elder. Down and in. 1-1. So a 1-1 count to Arias. Elder working very slowly tonight. Comes set and lets it go. Swing and a comebacker just over the mound. The ball dribbles past second. Arcia grabs it, dives, makes a tag on the runner heading to second. What a great play by Orlando Arcia for out number 1. He dove and hit him on his backside as he was sliding into first. Really close play. If that doesn't work out, that could have been a disaster. He would have had Arias easily over at first, but decided to get the lead runner, and it paid off. No time to turn to, no matter how he did it. So Arias on first, 1 out. The first pitch on the way to Bell, who is a double play candidate waiting to happen. Off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Bell's 0 for 1, reached on catcher's interference the first time up. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Righty-lefty matchup. Kicks and deals. Right there at the knees for a strike. It's 2-1. Bell was taken all the way. Might have been a touch low, but he got the call. So a 2-1 count. Elder comes set. Lets it fly. Inside, ball 3. You got a 3-1 count. Braves trail by just 1. They need a shutdown inning. Elder really has been laboring all game long. The 3-1. Elder pitches, swing and a miss. Change up, it's 3-2. Josh Bell was going for the downs on that one. Took something off of it. We got a full count. Arias on first. Standing on deck is Berger. and he has absolutely scalded the first two balls he's seen against Elder. The payoff pitch swung on and just taps it foul down the first base line. High chopper over towards the first base dugout. We'll do it again. Elder now sitting at 78 pitches here in the fourth. The pitch on the way, swung on, rifled foul out of play, 92-mile-an-hour fastball, couldn't catch up. We'll do it again. You got a 3-2 count. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Chase the changeup down and away, and there's two away. Bryce Elder got Bell to chase one well out of the zone. His sixth strikeout of the night. He's given up 8 hits and 4 runs, but he does have 6 strikeouts and no walks. So that'll bring Jake Berger to the plate. He's 2 for 2. First pitch on the way. Outer edge slider for a strike. It's 0-1. Jake Berger, a double, a single, both hard hit balls, a run and RBI. Righty-righty matchup. 2 outs. Rice at first. The 0-1 pitch drifts inside for a ball. It's 1-1. Army leads UTSA 17-7. Midway through the second. The 1-1 from Bryce, nowhere near inside. It's 2-1. Jake Berger coming over to the Marlins from the Chicago White Sox. Marlins were one of the busier teams at the trading deadline. They sit just a half game out of the playoff positioning now. The 2-1 pitch swung on, drags that foul down the third base line. It's 2-2. So Bryce Elder just 1 strike away, 1 out away from getting out of this mess. He's had ducks all over the pond all night long and is at 84 pitches here in the fourth. The 2-2 pitch, down and away, ball 3. So a full count to Berger, and that also means that Luis Arias will be on the move. Anything that gets down into the gap will score. Full count, 2 outs. Runner at first. They're not holding Arias at first, so he's going to have a really big lead when he gets going. Berger calls for time. Elder coming set. Berger in the box. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground, but right at Orlando Arcia. He'll flip it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out to end the inning. So they put one on but fail to score. The heart of the Braves lineup is coming to the plate.
You think you have it bad right now? Well, here's a little perspective. Caitlin from Instagram is super tired from leg day.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In 1979, the Yankees introduced a mascot named Dandy. He was a pinstriped bird with a Yankees hat and a mustache. 3 years after Dandy was created, the Yankees decided to discontinue the mascot and destroyed the costume with an industrial shredder. Tom Brady initially retired on February 1st before unretiring 40 days later on March 13th. Carlos Beltran was briefly the Mets manager from November 1st, 2019 before stepping down 76 days later on January 16th. This means that Carlos Beltran was the Mets manager longer than Tom Brady was retired.
September 6, 1918. Far different from any incident that has ever occurred in the history of baseball was the great moment of the first World Series game between the Chicago Cubs and the Boston Red Sox. As the crowd of 19,274 spectators stood up to take the afternoon yawn, the band broke forth to the strains of the Star-Spangled Banner as the ball players turned quickly about and faced the music. And when the final notes came, a great volume of melody rolled across the field. The onlookers exploded into thunderous applause.
The wartime crowd sang so enthusiastically that the performance was repeated at every game of the series. From then on, the song was an integral part of the national pastime. It did not become the official national anthem until 1931. The Red Sox won the World Series that year, beating the Chicago Cubs 4-2. One of the series' stars was the young pitcher Babe Ruth, who had won both his starts, including a masterful 1-0 shutout. It was Boston's 4th World Championship in the decade.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail this one just 4-3. JT Chargeau is going to come in. JT has a 3.5 ERA. Johnny Cueto's night is through. Right-handers coming on to face Austin Riley. The first pitch on the way, 96-mile-an-hour fastball down below the knees. It's 1-0. The 1-0. JT comes set. Kicks and deals. Way off the plate, 97. Ball 2, 2-0. So a 2-0 count to Riley. Standing on deck is Matt Olson. Riley with an RBI single in the second. The 2-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball is laced into left center field. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. Almost to the warning track, cutting it off, and here comes Riley. He will make it into second base with a leadoff double for your Atlanta Braves. 27th double of the year. Austin Riley roasted that one into the gap and was on his horse the moment he hit the ball. Hampson had a little trouble recovering the ball. So the tying run on second, nobody out. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Matt Olson, 1 for 2. The single in the third. The 1-0 to Matty. Pitch on the way. Down below the knees, called for low. Strike one. 1-1. Riley stands on second with nobody out. The 1-1 pitch. Sinker inside, down and in, 2-1. So a 2-1 count to Olson. Braves trail by just 1. JT comes set. The 2-1 offering. Swing and fouls it away. It's 2-2. His sinkers come in and around 96 and his slider 86. So he's darting in and out, up and down with those two pitches primarily. 10-mile-an-hour difference. If Olson can time one up, we'll have 52. The 2-2 pitch, JT brings it off the plate wide, ball 3-2. Very close to where he called that strike, but this time he got the call. So a full count to Olson. Riley at second, nobody out. Marcell Ozuna stands on deck. The 3-2 pitch, payoff offering. Down and away, ball 4. So they'll walk Matt Olson. JT didn't want any part of that smoke. He'll put a runner on first, a runner on second. Nobody out. The Big Bear coming to the dish. Marcell Ozuna has an opportunity here to tie the game, maybe even put the Braves ahead. Braves 3, Marlins 4. Quick powwow at the mound for Stallings and JT. Marcell is ready. JT comes set. The pitch on the way. Down and away. It's 1-0. Tried to get him to chase that changeup again. Well, they're calling it a slider, but it's really more of a change. Almost a split. The 1-0. Pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball's lifted high into right field, going back on the track, making the catch is Sanchez. Riley will tag up, so it will be a productive out. Number 1. Olsen had to stay where he was at first. We've got runners on the corners. 1 out. Eddie Rosario coming into play. Top of the 5th inning. Eddie Rosario 0 for 2 with the fly out, a fielder's choice. Came up with the bases loaded his last time up. The first pitch on the way. Down and in. Good block by Stallings. So a 1-0 count to Eddie. Runners on the corners. 1 out. The pitch on the way. Righty-lefty matchup. Kicks and deals. Down and in 2-0. Four to 3 your score here in Miami. The Marlins lead by 1. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Came out of his shoes on a slider that was dealt well below the ankles. 2-1. No, Eddie'd like to have that swing back. Swung at what would have been ball 3. Instead, you got a 2-1 count. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, lifted high into center field. This is going to be a close play. Center fielder Chisholm has it. He fires it home. The throw is up the line, and he misses the tag. Riley bends back, slaps the plate with his hands, and your Atlanta Braves have tied it up. Nifty slide by Riley. Good awareness to realize he hadn't been tagged and he hadn't touched the plate. Marlins are looking to see if they may want to challenge this. Looking at the replay, he never tagged him. In fact, his right foot did touch the plate going over the plate. But just to be sure, Riley went back and tapped the side of the plate with his fingertips, and he is safe. His back right heel touched the plate as he was going by, but he wasn't sure. Good hustle by Riley. Sealed the deal, and the Braves have tied it 4-4. So that'll bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. Travis d'Arnaud stands in. Righty-righty matchup. Olsen is at second with 2 outs. Pitch on the way. Swung on. Hit hard on the ground, but it's an atom ball to third base. 5-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. But up for your Atlanta Braves. Tie it up. It's 4-4 here in South Beach. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball, the 2023 National League East champions.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah, bud?
When you were a kid, what did you want to be when you grew up?
Well, I wanted to be a rock star.
Why didn't you become one?
'Cause of you, bud. I smiled at one girl in a cell phone store, and now here I am stuck eating cereal for dinner with a kid.
You'll always be a rock star to me, Dad.
You ruined my life.
Throw it again, please. Throw it again.
Ozuna down the left field line, and we're tied at 5.
Quotes in Spartan history. When King Agesilaus was questioned about how Sparta lacked fortifications, he would merely point at his men and say, "These are Sparta's walls." When the aging king was asked, "How far do Sparta's boundaries reach?" he simply held out his spear and answered, "As far as this can reach." When King Philip was expanding his empire across Greece, he sent a letter to the current Spartan king, asking if he wanted him to enter his lands as a friend or a foe. The only response Philip ever received was a single-word reply, "Neither." When King Philip of Macedon sent a message to Sparta, he said, "If once I enter into your territories, I will destroy ye all, never to rise again." The Spartans' reply was simply the word, "if."
Armchair.
Satchel Paige had a good arm, a strong arm with no muscles. He had just like a slingshot. I grabbed his arm one day. I said, "Hey, Satchel," I said, "You ain't got muscles." He said, "No, but I can sling that ball up there."
He knew how to pitch. See, that's one thing. And then, when he got ready to warm up, he wouldn't look for no plate or glove. He'd try to find him a piece of chewing gum or match them. He said, "This is what I'm aiming at." See, and he would throw it. And then another thing about Satchel, when he was on the road, he liked to drive fast. So I was driving, and so we was going from Little Rock to New Orleans. He says, he called me homie. He said, "Hey, homie." He said, "Pull over." I said, "What for, Satch?" He said, "There's a man behind us in a wheelbarrow." He said, "We want to let him by." I was doing about 80, and so, hey, at that rate, hey, I wasn't going fast enough for him.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Miami Marlins, we are tied at 4. Stepped away for a bit. The Braves trailed 4-0 after 2. Climbed their way back in. 2 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth. Bryce Elder goes back to work. Pitch on the way. Swung on by Jazz Chisholm. Bang foul down the first base line. It's 0-1. Miami Marlins still very much in the playoff chase for the wild card in the National League. Braves playing for home field advantage. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to first. Easy 2 hopper into the glove of Olsen. He'll step on the pillow, and there's one away. So 1 down. And Hampson, who is in for De La Cruz, will come to the plate. Garrett Hampson plays a little bit all over for the Marlins. 281, 3 home runs, 17 RBI. He can flat out fly. First pitch on the way is a strike on the outer edge. Sinker called for a wide strike 1. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on, grounded over towards Bryce Elder. Bryce Elder barehands it off the back foot, sails one over to first, but it's a little off the mark and not much on it, and Hampson easily beats it out for an infield single. His best chance might have been to let Austin Riley get that, who would have had some momentum. I still don't think Riley gets to it. That was basically a rolling bunt from a guy who can flat out fly. Hampson normally plays center field. From Reno, Nevada, was drafted by the Rockies in 2016 out of Long Beach State. So, go-ahead run stands at first. Jesus Sanchez will come to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. Sanchez, 25 years old, out of the DR. Made his debut with the Marlins back in 2020. Stands in with a 264 average and 13 home runs. The first pitch on the way. Up top, misses high. It's 1-0. Bryce Elder standing there with 91 pitches thrown, 1 out here in the 5th. They're trying to get him through this 5th. Could be dangerous. The 1-0 pitch. Kicks and fires inside 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Warming up in the Braves bullpen appears to be Michael Tonkin. Marlins have a righty warming up in their pen. The 2-0 from Elder. Swung on, high hopper to Olsen. Olsen's got it, scoops it, flips it over to Arcia, and it's going to be a 3-6 inning-ending double play. Good snaggy play by Olsen and Arcia. Will be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I don't know who needs to hear this today, but it's Mental Health Awareness Month, and if you feel like nobody cares, miss a couple payments.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
You're telling me that you believe that Christ comes back to life every Sunday in the form of a bowl of crackers, and then you proceed to just eat the man.
And I still maintain that if Deion Sanders would have played baseball his entire career, he would have been one of the greatest leadoff hitters to ever play the game because he was raw. He didn't even know what he was doing. He wanted to hit homers. He was so fast. He didn't even learn how to bunt yet. And he had such a capacity to change the game. He was great for us. It was jaw-dropping. I mean, he played in the postseason. He would have been the MVP in 92. If we'd have won and beat the Blue Jays, he'd have been the MVP. That's how important he was. He's playing with a stress fracture in his foot. Words can't describe.
Armchair.
I was listening to a guy talk today, and he was like, a woman that loves you will stick by you no matter how many times you cheat on them. And I was like, sounds like you're talking about your mama, because that ain't me.
I think in the past that certainly Brooklyn's character was defined by the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even just the name Dodgers coming from these trolley cars that everybody had to dodge. The idea that Brooklyn felt a stepchild to New York City and that somehow the Dodgers, the bums, were stepchilds too, that were going to show the hotty-toddy New Yorkers that we were really better than them, defined who Brooklyn was. And even in Long Island, where I grew up, I felt that sense of Brooklyn, and it was all part of the Dodgers. I don't know that that exists today in the same way that you define who you are through your team and through your city. And I think it's a loss. It means that people are more fragmented. They've got themselves and a few friends, but they don't have that group sense unless there's a win. But that's not the same. That's not what this was all about when I was growing up. We hardly ever won, and it didn't matter.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Orlando Arcia will lead this one off. David Robertson, remember him? He's coming in from the Marlins pen. Remember, he got brought over from the Mets. That was the beginning of the end for the Mets. After that, Max Scherzer said he was going to have a talk with the front office. All that nonsense went on. He came over to Miami and quickly spit the bit. Now he's not even in the back of the bullpen. It's coming in here in the 6th inning. The first pitch on the way from Robertson to Arcia is curveball right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Oh, and 2. So an 0-2 count to Orlando. The pitch on the way. Swing and rattles the ball off the mask of Stallings. We'll do it again at 0-2. So I really like these Marlins jerseys. I know there's a couple other vintage ones that I think went by the wayside way too early. But we're just going to keep it simple. The best vintage jersey in the state of Florida, is it the Florida Marlins or the Tampa Bay Devil Rays? The 0-2 pitch from Robertson. Swing, and that ball's lifted down the right field line. Just foul. Oh, is it fair? I didn't get a very good look at it. It was... Okay, they're going to say that was fair. The The camera angle was terrible. They switched camera angles. It did hit the line. They switched camera angles just at the last minute, and I was going off of the reaction of the right fielder at first. Man, if that hit the line, it barely hit the line. I guess it did. So a leadoff double by Arcia. He hit the chalk by just a millisecond at most. First pitch on the way to Harris is 93 miles an hour off the edge. It's a righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 pitch. Well off the plate, high and wide, 1-1. Runner on second, nobody out. Braves and Marlins knotted up at 4 in the top of the 6th. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball is lifted high and deep into right field, going back on the track of Sanchez. Arcia will easily tag up, and he'll get into scoring position on a long fly ball by Harris. He almost hit his second of the night. He really got into that one, but probably just got a little bit underneath it. Good defensive play by Sanchez, keeping that from hitting the wall. So that'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Arcia took a wide turn, but really wasn't a threat to go anywhere. Basically seeing if the ball might get away. Braves 4, Marlins 4. Arcia at first. Not the fastest of the Braves runners, but if Acuna gets one deep enough, it should score him. Marlins are going to pull the infield in. That's got to be fun if you're a Marlin infielder, knowing the ball could come flying off the bat of Ronald Acuna Jr. at any moment, right at you. First pitch on the way is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Ronald Acuna Jr., 2 for 2. 2 singles, a sac fly, a run, an RBI. Not only are they playing him in, they are playing him to pull on the extreme left side. So there's a huge hole up the middle. The 1-0. Kicks and deals. Swing and fouls it back out of play. It's 1-1. Braves 4, Marlins 4. Braves have won 9 of 10 games against the Marlins this year. Last 3 here in Miami for the 2023 season, unless they meet in the NLDS or further. The 1-1 pitch, down and away, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. For you NFL fans, especially those of the Jacksonville Jaguars, looks like the Chiefs are going to have both Kelsey and Chris Jones for the game on Sunday. The 2-1 pitch. Down and away, ball 3. So a 3-1 count. Ronald Acuna Jr. sitting dead red. They may be just pitching around him, trying to get the force. But if you do that, you welcome yourself to a stolen base because you know Acuna may be going. You got a 3-1 count to Acuna. Arcia stands on third, just 1 out. The pitch on the way. High, ball 4. Pitching coach Mel Stoudemire is going to come out there and talk to Robertson, who's got runners on the corners and 1 out. As he does that, it's about that time to turn back time as we try to bring you a touch of baseball history every night. On this date, 1902, 121 years ago today, the trio of Tinker to Evers to Chance completes their very first double play in a 6-3 win over the Cincinnati Reds at Chicago's West Side grounds. The 1910 baseball poem by Franklin Pierce Adams, Baseball Sad Lexicon, immortalizes the Cubs' legendary double play combination. And on this date, in 1946, in Brooklyn, a giant swarm of gnats engulfs Ebbets Field at the end of the fifth inning during the second game of a doubleheader. Due to the insects and impending darkness, the umpires called the nightcap, resulting in a 2-0 Dodger victory over the Cubs. We've got a Braves turn back time coming up. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 4, Marlins 4. Runners on the corners, 1 out. It's Ronald Acuna Jr. at first, Lando Arce at third. Ozzie's at the dish. Riley's in the hole. On deck, excuse me. Olsen is in the hole. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Slider in the dirt. Might have been his knuckle curve. It's 1-1. So he's definitely trying to induce a double play to Ozzie. The 1-1. Robertson comes set. Fastball right down the pipe. Ozzie taking all the way. It's 1-2. Robertson sneaks head that fastball and gets in front of the count. You got a 1-2 count to Ozzie. Runners on the corners. 1 down. The pitch on the way in the dirt. Good take by Oz. That's the pitch that he swung at the first time. This time taking 2-2. So deuces are wild here in the top of the sixth. You got 2 on as they stand on the corners. A 2-2 count to the number 2 hitter, Ozzie Albies. A.J. Puck, the lefty, former Florida Gator, warms up in the bullpen. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and high chopper over to first, but foul, and we'll do it again. You got to figure Puck is going to be asked to come on and take on Matt Olson, so this would be Robertson's last batter. Braves 4, Miami 4, top of the sixth. Runners on the corners, 1 out. Ozzie gets back in the box after calling his timeout. The 2-2 offering to the Wiz. Robertson comes set, lifts the glove. Here's the pitch. Off the plate wide, knuckle curve misses. Ball 3. So a full count. 1 down. David Robertson, his 19th pitch of the inning. They're in double play depth pulled. 3-2 pitch. Swung on, pops it up. High in the sky. Back behind home plate, but just into the seats. We'll do it again. Acuna was going on the play, so keep an eye on that. Ozzie gets 1 down into the gap. It could score 2. And should score 2 with Acuna's speed. Ronald Acuna Jr. retreats back to first. Ozzie open stance from the left side. Here's the pitch from the righty Robertson. On the way, swing, and fouls it out of play. We'll do it again at 3-2. Once again, Acuna is taken off. He may start to run out of gas there. He had a great jump. He was chugging it down the line. When Ozzie swung the bat, Acuna's helmet came into the picture crossing second base. The infield is in. A 3-2 count. Robertson turns and flips it over to first, trying to catch Acuna napping. Acuna well under the tag. Continues to lay on the ground. I think he's trying to take a quick nap or catch his breath. He's been running. The 3-2. Runners on the corners, pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is golfed high and deep into right field, but into the stands. Foul. We'll do it again. Toronto leads Boston 3-0. That game is in the 6th. Cleveland over Texas 4-0 in the 5th on your out-of-town scoreboard. This will be the 10th pitch of the at-bat. Runners on the corners. The game is at the plate. The pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball is going to get dropped into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Orlando Arcia will score. Here comes Ronald Acuna Jr., and he will score! Acuna goes first to home on a one-out single, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 6-4. He was going on the pitch, and it was a slow-developing fister into right center field. Acuna was getting waved by Wash and by Arcia. The throw never came home. The Braves lead it 6-4. 2 RBIs for the Wiz. Nobody beats the Wiz. Good hustle by Acuna. He has got to be out of breath. So that'll bring Riley to the plate. Riley takes a swing at the first pitch, and it's going to get Ozzie Albies down to third. Ozzie made it to second. He'll go second to third on the one hopper. It's going to be a 6-3 put out. But there's 2 away. So Ozzie now stands at third. And they will go get AJ Puck. AJ Puck to face Matt Olson. Ozzie's at third, 2 outs. The Braves lead it 6-4. And the left-hander, AJ Puck, coming into the game. He's a fireballer. This ought to be a fun matchup. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Today we are discussing crazy stats from Jamie Moyer's career. Over his career, he had 33 complete games and 10 shutouts. He is the last pitcher to log a shutout in 4 different decades. His last shutout was with the Phillies on May 7, 2010. With that shutout, he became the oldest pitcher to record a complete game shutout, a record that still stands. One not-so-great record that he holds is most home runs allowed in Major League history. Over his 25-year career, he allowed 522 home runs. When he had retired in 2012, he had faced 8.9% of Major League Baseball hitters ever. By the time he retired, about 19,000 different hitters had played in the majors, and he had faced roughly 1,700 of them. He pitched in 50 different ballparks. He was selected to his first and only All-Star game in 2003 at the age of 40. He never threw much harder than 82 or 83 miles per hour, according to Fangraphs. His changeups were clocked in the mid-60s during his career. One player described his changeup as throwing feathers. You don't think the ball can stay in the air that long. When he made his debut, the Major League minimum was $60,000. Alex Rodriguez made more than that every time he stepped up to the plate from 2001 to the end of his career.
Baseball suits the character of this democratic nation. Democracy is government by persuasion. That means it requires patience. That means it involves a lot of compromise. Democracy is the slow politics of the half-loaf. Baseball is the game of the long season, where small, incremental differences decide who wins and who loses particular games, series, seasons. In baseball, you know going to the ballpark that the chances are you may win, but you also may lose. There's no certainty, no given. You know when a season starts that the best team is going to get beaten a third of the time. The worst team's going to win a third of the time. The argument, over 162 games, that middle third. So it's a game that you can't like if winning's everything. And democracy is that way too.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead this one now 6-4. AJ Puck, the left-hander, southpaw, played his college ball at the University of Florida, comes in with a 4.28 ERA. Long, lanky left-hander. He was a 1-2 punch in college with Brady Singer, who now pitches for Kansas City. First pitch on the way is 95-mile-an-hour fastball right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Matt Olson, 1 for 2, a single, a walk. On third is Ozzie Albies, the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 86 up top. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Puck comes set. On the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. 97 miles an hour. Blew him away, and that'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Grab a 2-run lead. Will head to the bottom of the 6th, leading by 2.
That reminds me, I dreamed about your sister yesterday.
My sister? Yeah. What do you mean dream? What kind of dream?
A sex dream.
Oh, that's my sister we're talking about. You're having sex with my sister in reality. But that's my wife. I got a contract with the priest. You're having premarital sex dreams.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Future Hall of Famer Albert Pujols pitched in a game for the first time in his career. His pitching debut came in his 2,988th career game, which breaks the old record by over 500 games. Adam Wainwright and Yadier Molina, together they broke the record for most wins by a battery in MLB history with 203 wins together.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
The greatest competitions, I think, in sports is the pitcher and the hitter. Now, I'm going to hit this ball. See, right now, I'm going to be better than you. And this pitcher's saying the same thing. I'm going to be better than you at this particular moment. This is in a pressure situation. So, and you are competing. And it's nobody can help you. Nobody can block for you in this. You got to do it on your own.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Pierce Johnson will come into the game. Pierce coming in with a 4.24 ERA and a 1.55 whip. Of course, he's pitched much better since he come over from Colorado to Atlanta. Young right-hander will be set to face Edwards, Stallings, and Wendell, 7, 8, 9 batters. Of the Marlins. Xavier Edwards, 1 for 2, the righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Curveball right there at the knees. Kisses the top of the caps, and it's 0-1. Braves 6, Marlins 4. Bottom 6. The 0-1 from Pierce in the dirt, 1-1. On this date in 1928, the then Boston Braves played their 9th consecutive doubleheader, splitting the home twin bill with the Cubs 5-2 and 1-6. The 1-1 from Johnson. Pierce lets it fly. Fastball off the edge, 2-1. The streak began on September 4th, sees the team drop 14 of 18 games, including losing 8 consecutive games to the Giants. The 2-1 pitch. Inside, ball 3, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. What in the world they have them playing 9 consecutive doubleheaders? That's ridiculous. The 3-1 pitch. Fastball right there at the knees. It's 3-2. That was long before Braves Country Baseball. I can't even imagine doing 9 consecutive doubleheaders. They'd have to check me into a hospital. The 3-2 pitch. Curveball just misses. Ball 4. So Pierce Johnson loses the first batter he sees. Edwards will head down to first to start the bottom of the 6th. One last one that will squeeze this in here. On this date in 2000, 23 years ago today, passing Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Mariner Ricky Henderson scores 2 runs to take over second place on runs scored on the career list with 2175. Henderson needs to tally just 71 to pass the all-time Ty Cobb with 2245. Righty-righty matchup as Stallings comes to the plate. The first pitch on the way. Curveball drifts in for a ball. It's 1-0. And that was your turn back time for Major League Baseball, September 15th. The 1-0 to Stallings. Pierce comes set. Lets her go. Curveball right there for a strike. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Runner on first, nobody out. Pitch on the way. Curveball taken at the knees for a strike. It's 1-2. Stallings doesn't like it, but it did look like it hit the... Actually, it looked like it was over the zone, above the kneecaps. Stallings is pretty tall and lanky for a catcher, but... The 1-2 pitch. Tried to get him to chase the curveball down and away. It's 2-2. Maryland and Virginia are knotted up at 14. They begin the second half of play. The 2-2. Johnson steps off the rubber. Pierce looks back over at the runner, but he'll get back on the mound and get to work. You got a 2-2 count. 1 on, nobody out. The pitch on the way. Swing and hit hard on the ground to Riley. Riley's got it, fires it to Ozzie. Ozzie flips it over to Olsen, and it's a 5-4-3 rally killing double play. Good defensive play by Riley. That was a hard shot. He had to scoop off the fly, get it over to Ozzie. Ozzie had plenty of time once he got it. Stallings does not run well at all. So that'll bring Joey Wendell to the plate. Wendell's 1 for 2, righty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way. Fastball right down the pipe. Top of the zone, it's 0-1. Braves and Marlins are back at it tomorrow, 4:10 first pitch. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play right here of your Atlanta Braves on Braves Country. The 0-1 pitch off the plate, called for a wide strike. We'll take it. It's 0-2. Those listening on radio, if your local radio station does not pick us up, you can jump on to youtube.com/@Braves Country. Find Braves Country HD today. Your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. The 0-2 pitch. Pierce comes set. Rocks and delivers. Swung on and dragged over to second. Ozzie's got it. Backhands it. Flips it over to first. Wendell busting it down the first base line, but he'll be out by a step or so, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down after the double play. We'll be back in a flash to try to tack on to the lead. Marcelo Ozuna gets us going.
One thing I've learned about being on a job site, if you're the one that walks around the fastest, they'll think you're the most productive.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. A minor league prospect got cut from the Yankees for a very weird reason. Jake Sanford was recently released from the Yankee system for allegedly stealing his teammates' equipment and selling it online. He's also alleged to have promised fans autographed items and never delivering. Sanford was picked in the 3rd round of the 2019 draft by the Yankees as an outfielder. He was given a $600,000 signing bonus, making the alleged theft even more weird. According to anonymous teammates, Sanford would repeatedly hound them for their equipment or would just take it from their locker. A rumor for this behavior is that Sanford may have had gambling debts.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Hitting alone will not win ball games. I want speed on my team, and I also want every man on the squad to know how to slide. I intend to have my players taught how to run. I don't say we will win any pennants, but I do think that my systematic training will be laying the foundation of a pennant winner. If this is theory, it is blamed good practical theory. Branch Rickey.
He was Leonardo in baseball. He did everything. He was artist and scientist and genius of a million kinds. He invented the farm systems. He devised ways of playing the game and of training players that had never before been considered.
Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. A.J. Puck will stay in the game. On the mound for the Marlins. First pitch on the way. Nasty whipping slider on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Marcell Ozuna, 0 for 2. 34 home runs, 81 RBI, and 868 OPS. The 0-1 pitch. Inside, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Undoubtedly, they're leaving him in because they want Puck to face Eddie. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 96 mile an hour fastball right down Main Street. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Braves lead at 6-4, top of the 7th inning. Atlanta trailed 4-0 after 2. The 1-2 pitch. Puck kicks and deals. Swing, and that ball is rifled over to the shortstop side. Unbelievable diving stab by Wendell. Leaps to his feet, fires it down to first, and it's a 6-3 putout for out number 1. Great diving play by Wendell. He gets a hand from his pitcher, Puck. That ball was headed to center field on a bullet. Hard hit ball by Ozuna. Just great defensive play by Wendell. Sometimes you just got to tip your cap. So Kevin Pillar will come into the game. Love to see this. Fight the lefty with the righty, plus you leave Pillar in with his defense with the 2-run lead. First pitch on the way to Pillar. Swing and a miss. Strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. On the way. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. UTSA has pulled within 6 against Army. They just began the third quarter. Virginia and Maryland are tied up. We'll hit the out-of-town scoreboard here in a second. Major League Baseball. The 0-2. Puck comes set, lets it go. In the dirt, 1-2. Pirates over the Yankees, 5-3 in the 6th. Rays all over the Orioles, 7-1. If that score holds, not only will it help out the Braves for the magic number, but the Orioles and Rays will then be tied for the AL East. The 1-2 pitch, high and out of the zone. Did he go around? Looked like he offered. He did, and there's 2 away. So a strikeout by Puck. Blue Jays lead the Red Sox 3-0 in the 7th. Reds and Mets are tied in the 6th. Guardians 6-0 over the Rangers in the 6th. Twins 6-0 over Chicago, the White Sox in the 4th. Astros and Royals are scoreless in the 2nd. Travis d'Arnaud stands in. The first pitch to Travis is 97 right there at the knees on the inner cut. It's 0-1. Nats 3-0 over the Brewers in the third. Phillies 4-0 over the Cardinals in the third. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, 1-1. Giants, Rockies, scoreless. They're in the second. Later on tonight, you got Tigers and Angels, Cubs and Diamondbacks. Padres are at the Athletics, and the big one, Dodgers are at the Mariners. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Touch behind that 96-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Puck comes set. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So A.J. Puck comes up. He get hit hard by Ozuna, but a great defensive play and 2 strikeouts will put the Braves down in order. We will be back in a flash. Bottom of the 7th inning. Braves lead it 6-4. Get up and stretch, Braves country.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Looks like they're going to leave Pierce Johnson in to face Arias, and we'll see where it goes from here. First pitch on the way, swung on and fouled away. Curveball into the crowd. It's 0-1. Braves 6, Marlins 4. Braves 6 runs, 10 hits, 1 error. Marlins 4 runs, 9 hits, no errors. The 0-1 pitch. Right there on the edge. Curveball. Grab the outer edge. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Pierce comes set. Lets her fly. Swing and rifles that down the right field line. Another home run. 2 home runs on the night. You can't throw it into his wheelhouse. He doesn't have much power, but if you take it inside on him, he will yank it down the line. That's the second time he's done it tonight. 66th RBI of the year. 9th home run of the year. Hanging curveball. Just makes it over the right field fence at 6-5. So we got here tonight. Luis Arias hit his 8th home run to start the game off in the bottom of the first. The first pitch on the way to Josh Bell is on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. De La Cruz then singled Jake Berger home after a double to make it 2-0. The 0-1 pitch swung on, hit hard right to Ronald Acuna Jr. into right field, and there's one away. After Sanchez tripled on a line drive that scores De La Cruz to make it 3-0 in the bottom of the second, Jake Berger scored on a ground ball from Jacob Stallings to make it 4-0. First pitch on the way to Berger this time is swung on, grounded up the middle. 4-3 put out Ozzie to Olsen, and there's 2 away. Trailing 4-0, Michael Harris II got it started for the Atlanta Braves with a solo shot in left field, make it 4-1. Then Austin Riley singled to right to score Ronald Acuna Jr., make it 4-2. Braves later on made it 4-3 and 4-4 and added 2 more in the 6th and made it 6-4 till that last home run, 6-5. We're going to have a pitching change. Pierce Johnson's going to go hit the showers. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. The Braves clinging to a 1-run lead.
Listen, if you feed your kid frozen pizza or chicken nuggets for dinner, you are a terrible parent. I don't care what it takes. You take the time out and you put that in the microwave.
Today we're going to talk about the career of Rod Carew. He made his major league debut April 11, 1967. He had a career-high 5 hits against Washington on May 8, 1967. On May 20th, 1967, he became the first Minnesota Twins player to hit for the cycle. All of these things happened in his first 2 months in the major leagues. He was an 18-time All-Star. He only missed 1 All-Star game in his career. In 1969, he stole home 7 times. Only Ty Cobb has stolen home more in 1 season. He hit 300 or better from 1969 to 1983. He never struck out 100 times in a season. He won 7 batting titles in his career and 4 straight from 1972 to 1975. He would miss out on a 5th straight batting title by .002. He led the American League in hits 3 times in his career. Over his 19-year career, he batted .328, had 3,053 hits, scored 1,424 runs, stole 353 bases, and had a .393 on-base percentage. He also won an MVP award in 1977. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1991 with 90.5% of the vote.
America's entry into World War I was very near in the spring of 1917. Millions had died on battlefields in Europe, and Americans could no longer stand by. Baseball was eager to show that it was ready to do its part. Van Johnson ordered teams to learn close order drill, and the Washington Senators showed off their marching skill, led by the athletic young Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Brad Hand will come on to face Jazz Chisholm. First pitch, lefty-lefty matchup to Jazz is off the plate wide, sweeper misses. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Jazz. Curveball right there at the knees, 1-1. Braves 6, Marlins 5, bottom of 7. The 1-1 from Hand. Lefty-lefty matchup, swing, and fouls it away. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Brad Hand. He's got a 4.38 ERA on the year, 1.34 whip. He got that big save in Philadelphia the other night. They cut the magic number to 2. The 1-2 pitch swung on and rifles it down into the right field corner. Somehow Ronald Acuna Jr. accelerates and cuts the ball off before it hits the wall. Jazz has to slam on the brakes, and he's almost caught with his hand in the cookie jar as he heads back to first. Arcia cuts off the throw and flips it to first, but he's back in time. Good defensive play by Acuna. He just accelerated, started hitting that X button, and he took off like a bat out of hell. It's not just remarkable he caught up to it. It's remarkable the fact that he was able to scoop it on the dead run like that and keep Chisholm from going to second. So 2 down, the first pitch on the way, long, slow sweeper to Hampson. I do that every time I cover him. Is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Garrett Hampson. One for one. The 0-1 pitch swung on, lifted into left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and Jazz Chisholm's going to tie the game. Jazz Chisholm comes around third, and it is a tie ball game. An RBI double by Hampson, 6-6 your score. So Garrett Hampson has come off the bench, filling in for the De La Cruz, who appeared to have a lower leg injury. And he has gone 2 for 2 now with an RBI, and he stands at second representing the go-ahead run. Jazz Chisholm was on his horse. There was no way they were going to get that in time. Braves were playing Hampson to pull, and he shot it into the gap. They're going to go ahead and walk Gurriel, who came on to pinch hit for Sanchez. That'll bring Xavier Edwards to the plate. Edwards will come in from the left-hand side. Lefty-lefty matchup. See the wheels turning over there in the Marlins dugout. The pitch on the way. Sweeper right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Edwards, a switch hitter, but much better hitter from the left-hand side, so they want to face Edwards over Gurriel. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss up top. 0-2. Marlins manager Skip Shoemaker still has a few more bullets he could pull, but I think he's waiting to see if he needs it later in the game. Still has Birdie on the bench, Fortes, Myers. The 0-2 pitch, high and out of the zone. 1-2. Thought they may go to Birdie. See, he is a right-hand hitter and he can fly. But they may be holding him for pinch running duties later in the game. The 1-2 pitch. Down and in, and that got him. So that's going to be a hit by pitch, and the bases are going to be juiced. Brad Hand had a 1-2 count on Edwards. And instead, he loads the bases. Edwards did not make an attempt to get out of the way of the ball. They don't do it much anymore, but to the discretion of the umpire could have said that he did not try to get out of the way and not giving him the base, but you don't see that called much anymore. You could really see it when they slowed down the video. The ball started coming close, and it was that slow sweeper. That ball started coming close to Edwards, and he just planted his foot there and made sure it didn't move. So that'll bring Stallings to the plate. Stallings, bases loaded, 2 outs. Lefty-righty matchup. Looks like they're going to leave Hand in. So a bit of a roll of the dice by Snicker. Lefty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. Sweeper at the knees. It's 0-1. Stallings is 3 for 4 lifetime against Brad Hand. So you're not loving those odds here in Braves country. Ducks all over the pond. The 0-1 pitch misses way outside wide. 1-1. Warming up in the Braves bullpen is Joe Jimenez. But they're leaving Brad Hand out there to try to get out of this jam. The 1-1. Kicks and deals, swing, and that ball is laced down the third base line, and that'll score at least 2 runs. He is now 4 for 5 lifetime, and looks like that'll clear the bases. It will. The Braves trail by 3. 9-6 your score. Brian Snicker tried to roll the dice. Must not have read the scouting report because he pretty much gave that one away. 9-6 your score, bottom of the 7th. Still a ways to go, and the Braves offense can get back in this, but when you know a guy's 3 for 4 lifetime against somebody, you got to go get him. So, Braves trail by 3 now, giving up 5 runs in this inning. The first pitch on the way. Off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Joey Wendell at the dish. Really wasn't a hard hit ball. He just laced it over the head of Riley and kept it fair. The 1-0 pitch. Up top for a strike. It's 1-1. Riley tried to make a leaping attempt for it, but that ball was well over his glove. So a bad decision by Snicker backfires. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Braves 6, Marlins 9, bottom of the 7th. The 1-2 comes set and lets her fly off the plate wide. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Lefty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way. Nowhere near the zone ball 3. Brad Hand, in the twilight of his career, really has become a left-handed specialist. When you get in a high-leverage situation like that with a right-handed bat, you got to go get him. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on and just foul. We'll do it again. Braves trail 9-6. Still 2 more innings. And the good news is Puck should be out of the game by now. He's the only one the Braves haven't been able to hit. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. But not before Brad Hand and company cough up 5 runs. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
When I look at the history of the organization all the way back to when I started, the one thing that we were not known for is a tremendous offense. Okay, so we were always known for our pitching and defense, and that kept us in every year. That's why we won. We also stayed healthy. I think there was a 10-year spurt where the big 3 didn't miss a start. I was the first one to miss a start. But this team is equipped to do anything they want. Offensively, they're gifted. Speed is through the roof. And their pitching staff is more than adequate. And I think that the fact that if they have health in their rotation, they have decent depth, which is important today. I think it could be the best baseball team the Atlanta Braves have trotted out in a long time, if ever. And I know that goes all the way back to Hank Aaron, but I can't think of a better offensive squad than they've got really from the top to the bottom. And I know the game's played differently, and there's guys that do the lineup that can hit home runs. But when you can keep Max Fried healthy, and you can have Strider, like you said, healthy, and then you sprinkle in a veteran like Morton, if they can get Kyle Wright back to where he was last year and his shoulder is not an issue, they have the front three that can match with anybody.
At a meeting in New York City, Ward helped found the Brotherhood of Professional Baseball Players. It was the players' first attempt to organize, and they were determined to abolish the hated reserve clause. But Albert Goodwill Spaulding and the other owners would not give an inch. In 1889, they tried further to consolidate their power by setting an absolute salary cap of $2,500, then added insult to injury by charging the players rent for their uniforms. It was the last straw.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Top of the 8th inning. We're going to face Andrew Nardi now. It'll be Orlando Arcia, Michael Harris II, and Ronald Acuna Jr. See if we can put a scare into this Marlins bullpen. Nardi, the left-hander. First pitch on the way, high and inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Nardi comes in with a 7-1 record, a 2.88 ERA, and a 1.12 whip in 50 innings. The 1-0 pitch right there for a strike. It's 1-1. Nardi drafted by the Marlins in 2019 out of Arizona. He's from West Hills, California. The 1-1 pitch, swing and fouls it back. It's 1-2. (6'3", 215-pound southpaw. The pitch on the way, swung on, hit hard on the ground, but it's an atom ball to Berger. Berger fires it over to first. Bit of a wide throw, but a good defensive play by Arias. And there's one away. Andrew Nardi with 65 strikeouts versus 18 walks in those 50 innings. So that'll bring Michael Harris II to the plate. Harris, lefty-lefty matchup, pitch on the way, 95 up top, it's 1-0. Harris hit a home run earlier tonight. Now just trying to find a way to get on. The 1-0 pitch, swung on, fouled back, it's 1-1. Ronald Acuna Jr. on deck. In the hole is Ozzie. The pitch on the way, swung on. That ball's going to get dropped down into left field, and that's going to be a base hit. We'll get the stat tracker fixed. I don't know what's going on with that. We'll get it fixed. There we go. Michael Harris II fists one into left field. That'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Appreciate y'all letting me know. Sometimes I just look up and see that it's on, and it doesn't really register what's on the screen. First pitch on the way to Acuna is up top for a ball. It's 1-0. I mean, normally looking at the actual ball game to bring the play. The 1-0 pitch, swung on, rifled foul and out of play. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count to Ronald Acuna Jr. Harris stands up first. The tying run on deck. Nardi comes set, the pitch on the way, swung on, grounded over to short. It's going to be a 6. 4-3 inning-ending double play. Acuna waddles down to first lightly, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I have never said that you aren't good at what you do. It's just that what you do is not worth doing.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Before he retired, Kyle Seager was the active leader in games played without being in the postseason with 1,480 games. The new active leader is now Gene Segura with 1,230 games. The Oakland Athletics mascot is somewhat randomly an elephant, but there is a reason for that. In the early 1900s, New York Giants manager John McGraw told the Athletics owner that he had a white elephant on his hands. A white elephant is something that's not as valuable as the effort needed for it. Athletics manager Connie Mack heard this and decided to make an elephant the team's logo.
Choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3-ounce serving, Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
The greatest ball player of all time? I picked the Detroit man because he is, in my judgment, the most expert man of his profession and is able to respond better than any other ball player to any demand made upon him. He plays ball with his whole anatomy, his head, his arms, his hands, his legs, his feet. I have never seen a man who had his heart more centered in the sport than Cobb has when he's playing. I believe Cobb would continue to play ball if he would charge something for the privilege, and if the only spectator were the groundskeeper. Charles Comiskey.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com @Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves trailed by 3. Joe Jimenez, who'd been warming up in the bullpen when Snicker decided to stick with Hand, will now come on. Not sure what's going on here. There's a trainer coming out there to talk to Ronald Acuna Jr. Snicker's going out there to talk to him as well. Not sure what's going on here, so we'll have to wait to see what transpires. Acuna's coming out of the game. That's not good. That is not good at all. He's not limping or anything, so I don't know what this could be about. Could just be precaution. Well, when he jogged down to first, he did look like he was limping. He does that so often that I just figured he was just kind of halfway running down the line. So often you see Acuna, when he thinks that he's out, just he'll slowly jog. He may actually be injured. The ball didn't hit him. If he got hurt, it would have been on the swing, I guess. He almost lost balance as he was heading to first, now that we see the full view of it. Hopefully this is just precautionary. The way he's nodding to a couple of guys in the dugout, it makes me think that he may be okay. But no sense with the huge lead the Braves have in the division to even risk it. The first pitch on the way from Jimenez to Arias is a fly out to left field. Making the catch is Forrest Wall, and there's one away. Wall will go over to left field, Pilar to right field. Michael Harris will stay in in center. So you got to figure, unless this is just absolutely, absolutely nothing, we won't see Acuna tomorrow either. I know he's trying to chase down that MVP trophy, but last thing he wants to do is, or that they want to do, is lose him for a long period of time. First pitch on the way to Josh Bell is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball just misses inside, 1-1. Well, here we go again. The worldwide leaders scoreboard does not do well with any kind of anytime that they have is the 1-1 pitch, swung on, foul, tipped off the plate, it's 1-2. Anytime there is any kind of a player change, their application spits the bit. The 1-2 pitch, as Darnode goes to get set behind home plate, Bell uses his timeout. Now he's ready to come with. The 1-2 swung on and fouled down the line. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Caught, looking, strike 3. Fastball right down the pipe at the knees. And a backwards K makes it 2 away. Yeah, I don't want to speculate. I don't want to be one of these Twitter doctors, but the way he went down the first base line, I'd be a little more concerned it could be a groin or maybe his side, because it was during his swing. Hopefully it's much to do about nothing. It was just precautionary. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, 1-1. That's the terrible news. The great news is we've got 2.5 weeks to get him healthy. Almost 3 weeks to get him. Yeah, 3 weeks to get him healthy. But I know he wants to get back out there and play, and he doesn't want to be rusty, and he's chasing down the MVP trophy. The 1-1 pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-2. But I would err on the side of caution. Even if he's okay, I don't think I'd play him again this series, because it's something about Miami. Remember, that's where he got hurt, where he tore his ACL. The 1-2 pitch, righty-righty matchup, down below the knees, 2-2. It was a little over 2 years ago that he got hurt in that right field trying to make a play at the wall. Let him sit the rest of the series. The 2-2 pitch, caught, looking, strike 3. So we'll try to go to the 9th and ring up 3 runs and maybe get us a W, win 1 for the Gipper, win 1 for Acuna. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
So I just got fired from my job, and I don't even know why, because I only no-call, no-showed one time. I mean, I was late every single day, and I called in today and yesterday, but that is so unnecessary.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the early days of baseball, some hitters would choose to use a flat bat. Batters felt that utilizing a flat bat allowed them to bunt easier. But Rule 1.10a was instituted, stating the bat shall be a smooth, round stick. Last year, Nolan Arenado, Paul Goldschmidt, Tyler O'Neill, Harrison Bader, and Tommy Edman all won a Gold Glove award. This made the 2021 Cardinals the first team in history to win 5 Gold Glove awards.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
During the first decade of the 20th century, Americans sought to solve their country's problems by organizing everything. They formed children's aid societies, consumer associations, municipal reform leagues, and baseball teams. They played for the Reading Alerts, Utica Pentups, Binghamton Bingos, Scranton Choctaws, Hagerstown Antietam, and New Jersey McClellans, the Laredo Apaches, Union City Greyhounds, Cincinnati Porkers, Evansville River Rats, and Iola Gas Band. They played for the Greenville, Mississippi Buckshots, Troy Collar and Cuff Makers, Providence Clam Diggers, Terre Haute Hottentots, Des Moines Undertakers, Lebanon Pretzel Eaters, Yakima Pippin, Bangor Bangers, and the Hartford Wideawakes. So eager to play, they got up at dawn to get in a game before they went to work.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Still no word on what could have been the reasoning. Says it's being said now that Acuna left the game due to right calf tightness. Right calf tightness. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is high and up out of the zone. It's 1-0. They said it was a precautionary. This is from Justin Toscano of the ACJ. The 1-0 pitch. Down and inside. Did that get him? They're going to check to see if he went around. He did not. 2-0. And it's being also reported by the Atlanta Braves. Precautionary with right calf tightness. So take that with what you will, Twitter doctors and YouTube doctors. The 2-0 pitch swung on, lifted high in the sky, not very deep, playable, caught by Hampson in right field. There's one away. So I think all in all, that's probably pretty good news. You never like to see one hurt, but the news could be a hell of a lot worse. See what we got here on this poll and the poll. Tampa Bay Devil Rays beat out the Marlins 52% to 47%. I'm still going to go with the Marlins. I think those are pretty sharp jerseys. I think Marlins might have lost the poll because they're beating us tonight. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on, tap foul off a home plate. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. As Scott comes set. Lefty-righty matchup. The southpaw delivers. Swing and a miss, strike three. 99 miles an hour on the outer edge. Mercy. They're still away. So 2 down, and this is Bat Olson. I'm sure he's not loving this idea, but he has a chance to hit the 52nd home run tonight. He's going to have to do it off the left-handers throwing 99. His last time up, he was going up against a left-hander who was throwing 99. Scott comes set. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. The good news for Olson, if he does get a hold of that thing is going to pierce the roof here in Miami. The 0-1 to Olson. Kicks and deals. Off the plate wide. 1-1. 1-1 count. Braves trailed by 3. 2 outs here in the 9th. Braves had this game in hand, and Brad Hand let it go. The 1-1 right there at the knees. It's 1-2. In Brad's defense, bases were loaded. Lefty righty versus the right-handed Stallings, who was 3 for 4 for him against him lifetime, and they didn't go get him. At the time, the game was tied at 6 apiece. The 1-2 to Olson after the timeout, swung on, bang, foul down the first baseline, 100 miles an hour from Tanner Scott, and we'll do it again. So a 1-2 count. Marlins fans, all 7 or 8 of them are on their feet here in Miami. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, banged on the ground. Making the play over it short is Wendell, and it's going to be a 6-3 putout. and that'll end the inning. That'll end the game. Your Atlanta Braves drop a tough one, 9-6, a game that had 6 runs, 11 hits, 1 error for the Braves, 9 runs, 13 hits, no errors for the Marlins. The game itself finished in just under 3 hours, even with the slow deliveries by Bryce Elder. We still got it in 2 hours and 57 minutes. Braves will drop their 51st win of the year. 51st loss of the year, excuse me. Go to 96-51. Hopefully, we'll have good news for you tomorrow on Braves Country Today. Will come your way tomorrow, 3:30 pregame show. First pitch is 4:10. Braves Marlins. We also have tomorrow morning for you college football fans and pro football fans and those picking against the spread. We got the Armchair Quarterback Tailgate Show where we go over all the spreads in college and pro football and get you ready for the football and baseball weekend. Braves lose a tough one, 9-6. We'll be back at it tomorrow and hopefully have good news on Ronald Acuna Jr. They're saying it was precautionary, and hopefully that's exactly what it is. Braves 6, Marlins 9. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Have a great night, Braves Country.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.
Thank you.